that they can't come out and surprise people. You know, for me, I think the Eagles are gonna win the division. I think everything is set up in their favor. If they don't, then it's a failure, and they're gonna fire the coach. He's gonna be gone. You know, um, the Cowboys. We know what the Cowboys are. You know, is I think I would love to have Dak Prescott on the Giants. I think he's a good quarterback. I just think he does it. The problem with the Cowboys, their owner talks way too much. Jerry Jones talks way too much. He's bigger. He's become bigger than the team now, and that is an issue when you have your owner going on shows and he's guaranteeing, oh, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, and then when they don't do it, it's looked like a failure. You know what I'm saying? They have a squad on that. They have a team though, but their owner has become bigger than the team now. Oh, we lost Raka. Okay. And for Raka to come back. So wild. Having Raka come on, having Wi-Fi issues. I could definitely relate to that. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. You good? You can hear me? You?
Damn, what the yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, like my audio is real low on my end for some
Oh,
reason.
okay.
Let me see something. Uh,
All right. You can hear me?
oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yo, like if my is there like an echo?
You have like two. We have two of you on here.
Oh, okay. Shit. How about now?
Yeah, you good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like if my connection
Uh huh.
uh goes bad, I'll just come back. I'll just go out then come back in.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
bro.
What? All right. So what's the last thing that you heard me say?
Oh, you was talking about the Redskins.
Oh yeah, the Redskins. Okay, the Redskins. We haven't heard nothing. Well, at least I haven't heard nothing negative coming out of camp with them, and it's all everything has been real quiet. I've heard nothing but good things about Jalen Daniels, and I was saying, what if they're the dark horse of the NFC East? What if it's them that wins the NFC East this year, not the Eagles? Everybody's picking the Eagles to win it, and they have the squad. But if they don't win it, and if it's not Dallas, I think Redskins might be that dark horse. Because again, I don't know what my team is going to bring. I don't know what the Giants are going to do. You know what I'm saying? Everything's a question mark with them. I watched the mini series of Hard Knocks this season, and the fact that the owner wanted to keep Saquon and the general manager didn't should tell you everything. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
it just I'm like, that's still the owner. Like the owner can easily go trump whatever the general manager says. And if the owner wanted to keep Saquon, why didn't they keep him?
yeah.
You know?
That's there's like a it's a weird power struggle because the ownership should always supersede the general manager that works for the owner.
Right.
But keep in
And
mind,
uh,
but
yeah.
keep in mind, the Eagles last season, towards the tail end of the regular season,
Mhm.
they were struggling mightily just to win one game, just to win the NFC East.
It was.
They could have had that division sewn up long
I agree.
before. So
I ain't hear what you said last. I think we lost him again. Oh, we lost. Rocky, you there? He's having Wi-Fi issues.
well, I can't you can't really put a lot of stock in preseason.
Uh-huh.
Because
I didn't hear what you said.
like we was playing uh our twos and the Giants were playing their ones, so you
Right.
really can get a good gauge of how good either team is.
Right. think I lost you just now. You, you lost him again. You,
Yeah, as I was saying, I think you're
oh,
going to see a lot of improvement from the Giants, not from Daniel Jones, but from the other skill position players.
right.
I think Daniel Jones has probably hit his ceiling.
I've been said that. I said this is what year 5. You've been here. You know,
Yeah,
you took us to the playoffs once, and I still think he has potential. I just it's not consistent. He's injury prone at this point, and I don't think he's worth the money. I feel like they should have signed Saquon because that was our offense. He was the one that really took us to the postseason, and the offense goes through Saquon. Without Saquon, who do you have? Malik Neighbors is a rookie. We don't know if he's going to be that guy. You know what I'm saying? I would hope he's that guy. We haven't had a number one receiver here since what? Victor Cruz?
and Saquon rushed for close to 1,000 yards. Like he was like around 950.
Right. And,
So
and coming off from injury, how many injuries did he have? It seemed like you got injured every season with the Giants. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And he bounced back and he came back strong and did y'all don't pay him? I don't understand that at all. You know what I'm
I think
saying?
the Giants were looking at the industry for running backs overall, and just seeing what the value was for a running back, in that market. And I think they kept lowballing him to the point where it just became insulting to keep hearing those numbers.
From the moment
Like when
from
you're the workhorse
right.
and you give $40 million to a guy that can barely hold on to the snap without getting sacked.
Man. From the moment they gave him the franchise tag last season, and I'm like, yo, they're not gonna resign him. Because the fact that you're giving him the franchise tag, if you really wanted to resign him, you would have did it a long time ago. I don't think
Yeah.
he should have he had anything to prove. Like he's been there from day one. He showed up when he was healthy. He showed out. You know what I'm saying? And they have not while he was there. They didn't put a winning team around him. It's only up until like what 2022 when they made the postseason that was like his only time on a winning Giants team. You know what I'm saying? And it's like what is the offense now? Because not they don't to me they don't have no running backs. They got Devin Singletary. He's never been healthy. He's a backup at best. He's been on other teams, the Bills. He's been on the Texans. He had a good season last year with the Texans. This ain't the Texans. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And I'm like, this is supposed to be our number one back. We have no tight end. The tight end retired. His marriage broke up. Darren Waller. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And I felt like that was coming anyway. I'm like, Darren Waller should have told them ahead of time that he didn't want to come back because it felt like it was going in that direction anyway. You know,
So he waited too late to
he waited. Yeah,
tell.
he waited. He waited like I want to say after the draft. He told him that he was retiring.
Man, but
And
that is so unfair. Like you had all of those months, and
yeah,
you clearly had thought about it. You weighed the pros and the cons, And this is a decision that you don't make, over a cup of coffee.
Right.
You got to talk about this, weigh your options. You got to, consider family, consider your health, consider
Mm-hmm.
your money, and
Yeah.
to wait
And
to get to get to the end of training camp, to make that decision that you're just walking away.
mm-hmm.
That handcuff the Giants right there, because man, you could have, like who, no telling what the Giants could have did, what moves they could have made.
And his marriage, he got married last year. His marriage is already in shambles. He married Kelsey Plum, a WNBA player from the Vegas Aces. Their marriage is over.
Hmm.
So he got married, came to New York, marriage broke up. He tells the Giants, "I'm done." So we have no tight end now. You know what I'm saying? I guess they're gonna use Daniel Bellinger or whatever, but we have no tight end. We don't have a premier back. We have a rookie receiver who they're already thrusting out there as a number one. He better pan out
But
because
wait a minute, if
mm,
if the Giants don't have a tight end, that who's gonna, like, for, especially like for running protection,
I
who
don't
you
know.
gonna have?
I do not know. I don't know who's. I need to
Man,
look at the depth chart and see who they got because
man, whoever is uh your opponent for week one are going to be licking their chops.
we got the Vikings. If I'm not mistaken,
Eh,
we got the
well,
Vikings.
y'all can beat the Vikings,
Yeah,
but
Sunday
but
Sunday
but,
we got the Vikings.
but even with the Vikings, man, like,
I don't know.
you're gonna have a lot of plays where they're going to overload, where the tight end usually is,
Mm-hmm.
and they just going to just start wearing out
We,
wearing out the right tackle and right guard,
the
because there's
Vikings
not
still
going to
have a
be
spot.
enough.
They still got a number one, right? They got a tight end. We ain't got no
Hmm.
tight end. We got a rookie number one. We supposed to be number one. Like he might not pan out. You know. Then we got the Commanders. Then we got the Browns. Then we got the Cowboys. Then the Seahawks. And that's just in September. Commanders, Browns, Cowboys. We might go 0-4 in September. You know. October we got Seahawks, Bengals, Eagles, Steelers. We might go 0 and 0 and 8 at this point. Like the way I'm looking at the schedule, I don't. The only game I can see them winning right now is the Panthers. That's November because the Panthers is bad. I think the Panthers might be worse than them. That's the only game. Oh, yeah, yo,
Yeah, I'm switching to my phone to see if it'll make a difference.
okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I was saying,
I can hear you better. I can hear you better, and the sound on my end is going out much better as well.
okay. I
Yeah,
was
as you were
saying,
saying,
yeah, I was saying the only game I see them winning right now is November 10th against the Panthers. I feel like the Panthers are worse than us.
bro, I don't even know who the quarterback for the Panthers are.
Panthers got what's his name? Bryce Young
Okay,
from last year. Remember they drafted him last year, right?
yeah.
Every game right now, September, October, they're not gonna win. I don't see them winning none of those unless the other team's quarterback are out. We got just for September alone. We started off Sunday with the Vikings. Then we got the Commanders. We got the Browns. We got the Cowboys. That's only September. We're gonna go 0-4. October they got the Seahawks, the Bengals, the Eagles, and the Steelers. They're gonna go. They're gonna lose all those games.
Mm.
Um, even with the Steelers, like whether it's I don't know. I mean, Steelers game, I don't know, because if let's say Russell Wilson isn't playing in his Justin Fields, do they have a chance to win that game?
Justin Fields is kind of a crapshoot because I've seen Justin Fields do some, you know, very athletic moves. When dodging rushes,
Right.
like like his pocket awareness can be better, but when he's on the move, especially on bootlegs,
Mm-hmm.
he can make something out of nothing. But I think the Giants can definitely beat
The
the
Steelers.
Steelers with just with Justin Jefferson, man.
So that might be a win. That might be the first one we get.
Hmm.
Steelers and against that's October 28th. But then we got November. We got the Commanders. We got the Panthers. That might be a second game we win. Then we got the Bucks. Then we got the Cowboys again. Thanksgiving weekend. I don't know. The December, the Saints, are they beatable?
Hmm.
Who does the Saints got anyway? I mean, other than Alvin Kamara still there, I think this is his last season there.
But I think like he's going to hit. He's Alvin Kamara. Like
Yeah,
he's been such a workhorse for them.
yeah,
Like how many times can he continue to rush
right,
for 1,000 yards you know he's great with running and catching.
yeah.
But you got to get something out of Derek Carr, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think Derek Carr. I think a lot of people kind of you know took pity on him, for how he was done,
Right.
by uh done by the former Raiders ownership
Mm-hmm.
um and by John.
Yeah.
Uh, but at some point, man, like Derek Carr has to do more than just be mediocre and just throw for 5 yard hitches.
I agree.
Like he don't have he don't have to be Aaron Rodgers like with the deep bomb, but at least make the defense honor the threat of a deep pass.
I agree. Um. Yeah, and Kamara. I saw a post today. Kamara. I think he put up his house for sale, but he's not expecting to be back there. So like he wants a new contract. They're not going to give it to him. So more than likely he's going to be gone. Um. Maybe that's a winnable game. We don't play good against the Saints for some reason. You know. I don't know. That could go either way. We got the Ravens.
I mean, it is odd that did the Giants really do well against the dome teams?
That's a good question. Um, I know the Saints.
Because
I know
I
they
would
do well
think
against.
because I would think like it would be you know easier for the Giants to play in a dome where there's no inclemental weather. It's temperature controlled.
Right.
Maybe you know
Salute, Mark Nash. Um, yeah, last year when they played the Saints last year and they lost. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So, and I had like a this I was picking them to win to beat the Saints last year, and they didn't beat them for whatever reason. They don't play good in New Orleans. The Ravens they got after that. Then they got the Falcons. They got the Colts. Those are all dome teams, and they got the Eagles to end off the season. I don't see the Giants winning none of these games. I think they might only win Maybe the Steelers game, like you said, only because of the quarterback situation in Pittsburgh and the Panthers. I don't see them winning none of these other games.
Yeah,
That's
who did you say were the Giants' first four opponents?
first four is we got the Vikings on Sunday, right?
Mm-hmm.
They got the Commanders next week. They got the Browns, and they got the Cowboys to end off September.
Yeah,
Well,
like I
we
could.
didn't pick that yet. We just doing like team season predictions for like different divisions and teams. We didn't pick who we got. Well, our Super Bowl picks yet. You're welcome to join us if you want. If you got time.
Yeah, I believe the Vikings are going to beat y'all
Yeah,
week one.
for
As
sure.
much as I hate, as much as I would love for y'all to help us Lions.
Ah,
Yeah, I just to me the Vikings they're better at quarterback, they're better at running back, they're better at the skill
wait a
positions.
minute. Who's their starting quarterback this year? Because Kirk Cousins is in Atlanta. Who's their
Uh,
starting quarterback? Because I don't think they starting JJ McCarthy or no? Oh no, he's out for the season.
Let me look this up real quick.
That's right. McCarthy got injured during camp. He's out for the season. I don't know. Maybe the Giants got a chance to win that one.
Let me see who is the.
I
I'm
think
looking.
if McCarthy, I think he had a torn ACL or something like that. All right, cool. Um,
According to this website, Sam Darnold.
oh nah, we could win that. Darno was trash. He was trash with the Jets. Darno was garbage. No, no, they Vikings got to get a quarterback. They got to get a quarterback because Darno
Oh,
Darno if they have Darno played for the whole season, and he probably won't. They will go. They will be winless. They won't. They might be worse than us.
bro, I'm looking at the depth chart right now, man. Sam Darnold is the starter, and then the backups are Nick Mullins and Brett Ripon.
I don't know none of them. I don't know none of them. Wow. Yeah, they're gonna be trash. That might be a horrible game just to watch. I don't even know if I want to watch that game.
Man,
If Daniel Jones if
that does
Daniel
change
Jones cannot
everything.
win, if we can't beat the Vikings, Daniel Jones needs to be benched. If you can't get past the Vikings, then what we doing? That should already tell people like, yo, he's not worth the bag. If you can't beat down a weak Vikings team, it's like what we doing?
Man, like and don't let it be like a blowout, man. Could you imagine
But
if the
but
Vikings beat the
the Vikings
Giants?
right now, the Vikings have the team right now to get blown out by every team that they played this season. You know what I'm saying? Because Darno was not. I watched Darno play with the Jets. He was terrible. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And he went to the Niners, and he was like the Niners backup. You know what I'm saying? But if he's the starting quarterback for Minnesota, they liable to get blown out every game. And if the Giants can't blow them out on Sunday, that should already tell people like, yo, he's not the quarterback for us. That should
But
already tell people.
but we're looking at Sam Darnold. Do the Giants do the Giants have corners that can disrupt Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison? Because that's what's going to really determine if the Giants will win. Like if you can't get any pressure on Sam Darnold and Sam Darnold keeps finding Justin Jefferson,
It,
for
it
downfield.
might be like a one of those defensive games. Like, yo, we might have to win it on the defensive side of things, like not the offense. Because I mean, the offensive line to me is still in question. I don't think they're right where they at. I think they're still tinkering with the line, but
Yeah,
I think our defense is better than our offensive line. And I think this is the game that it has to be a defensive game where they have to get some stops from and put the pressure on Darno in the pocket and get hopefully get like some interceptions and we could win this game. I mean, they have a weak team. I don't think nobody's picking Minnesota to do nothing this year with Darnold.
So 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 I think the Giants they can force I say at least 6 3 and outs.
Yeah, hopefully,
If they
hopefully.
can force 6 3 and outs, they and have decent field position, kick a field goal because if it's going to be a defensive battle, it's going to come down to special teams.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And how hard is it? How hard is it to put pressure on Sam Darnold? It shouldn't be hard at all. You know, I'm
Hmm.
expecting like, can we put up 25 points against the
No,
Vikings?
that's
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean that's pretty. I don't know. I think that's pretty ambitious. I mean, considering like I don't like the Giants aren't really they don't at least from what I've seen
mhm,
they don't really score a lot of points.
right.
To me, I think like maybe 18, 19.
So
I
like a
think it's like
19,
the
a
range.
19-7 game, maybe
Yeah, like it'll
19-10.
hover it'll hover around 20, but over 20, I don't think so.
That's what I'm saying. Like, where's the offense coming from other than Malik Neighbors? We hope he's gonna be that number one guy. We don't know. They hoping. You know what I'm saying? He got drafted high. They already put a lot of pressure on him to be the number one receiver because we haven't had one since Victor Cruz. But is he gonna be like this? Would be the perfect game to showcase what he can do. If I was Daniel Jones, I'd be looking for him in every play. Just run down the field. I'm throwing it deep to you. You know what I'm saying?
Really, like only only deep routes, like like
I mean, yeah,
I mean,
not only only deep
I
like
know
that,
the
but
I know the I know the Vikings are not a good team,
mhm,
but I would be a little, I would try to go to that well only like if I feel like the Vikings are not biting on certain uh uh routes,
mhm.
maybe, but I wouldn't go to that well that much.
I mean,
Like,
well, you already know they're gonna go deep for Justin Jefferson a lot because that's their home run hitter. They're going they're gonna go to him almost every play. You know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna want to test how good the Giants, cornerbacks are. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
yes,
if they could do it and they got Sam Darnold as quarterback, why can't we do that? You know what I'm saying? Is
yeah,
is, is Minnesota's defense that much better than the Giants home?
I absolutely not. Like the Vikings are, to me, I believe the Vikings are going to be last in our division, and the and I can see. Well, I guess what I'm saying is that yeah, Jefferson, yeah, he's going to terrorize the Giants secondary, but I think there's going to be some action underneath, for the slot receiver, to do some damage as well. And that's what the G Man got to guard against. It's like you want to bracket Jefferson, but at some point, like, do you want to do you want to give up a lot underneath to keep Jefferson from scoring and balling on y'all?
Right. That like he's liable with any quarterback that's there to get 2 touchdowns and maybe 140 yards or something like that. He's that good, you know. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think it, like you said, I think it'd be like a low scoring game in the teens, maybe like 19-14 or 19-10. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, if I was the Giants, let's take advantage of this situation and really try to run up the score and show people like, yo, like we can score points when need be. I don't know if they could do that though, because like I said, the offense to me look like crap. Other than neighbors or that we hope is the number one guy, who else do they have? How many yards are we looking at Devin Singletary to get against the Minnesota defense? You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
he's not 1,000 yard back like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. No tight end. They got rid of, they cut like some of their receivers. They cut Isaiah Hodgins. You know what I'm saying? I thought Isaiah was pretty good for them. They receiving core was not good. I mean, the whole core to me was not great. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? They need a couple of receivers. Like Slayton, is he good? Because I felt like he was just mid.
yeah. I mean, I did get that. I did get that impression. Like he's not extraordinary. Like he's pedestrian. Middle of the pack.
Yeah,
Like he just like from what I've seen of him, he doesn't really get that much separation. Like
that
if you
none of them do. None of that's why they needed a number one back. None of them get a lot of separation.
like when you get to that, like from when I seen him get to the second level, I seen a lot of linebackers just jam him up.
Right. Like we got Slayton, we got Wendell Robinson, Jalen Hyatt. Jalen Hyatt was okay. He showed some flashes last season, but is any of them going to be an if Neighbors is one, who's going to be the two? Is it Slayton? Is it Hyatt? You know what I'm saying? So just looking at this
Yes.
roster is depressing. I'm like, you know, the running backs. We got Devin Singletary. We got Eric Gray. Tyrone Tracy Jr. I heard about him. Maybe he could show he could do something. I don't know. The tight end situation, Daniel Bellinger. I saw him play last year a couple times. We got Theo Johnson, but this is a below average Giants team that I'm not excited for. And I don't I would be shocked if they even became a wild card. Yet alone, I don't see them winning the division. If for them to win the division, that means everybody else in that division got to be crap. The Cowboys got to play like crap. Philly got to play like crap, and the wet and I keep saying the Commanders got to play like crap. That's the only way I see the
I
Giants.
mean, they would have to. To me, I think it would be more realistic for them to shoot for a wild card. Like,
I don't even think they're a wild card with the roster they got right now. I don't think they're a wild card. I see them the schedule that they have. I see them winning the most is 3 games. I don't see them winning no more than 3. If they even win 5 games, that would be a miracle.
so how do you think? Like, I do think they could be. Like, I'm not really sold on the Browns. Like, no,
Yeah, but
no.
the Browns defense alone is better than the Giants defense. You know what I'm saying? They went to the playoffs last year with
Hmm.
Joe Flacco and he was on the couch. He was not even playing in the season. He was on the couch and they called him up and he took them to the playoffs. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying?
Flacco isn't going to be the starting quarterback.
I
For the
know,
Browns this season.
he played, but Flacco went to the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Like people forget he's a champ. He's a champion. You know, and they got a quarterback off the couch and that took them to the playoffs last year. And their defense mainly was the reason. Not even the offense. I mean, because they lost a running back too. They lost what's his name? Nick Chubb. He's not coming back for like the first 4 games, I think, of the season.
Hmm.
So, but they still got Jeremy Ford. He's a good backup. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Yeah.
the Browns. I don't think the Giants beating the Browns at all. They could have Joe Flacco or Joe Montana. I think the Browns will still beat them.
It's possible. Like from what you say, make the Giants can really go 0-4 for the first
Oh,
quarter of this. Whew. Yeah, like I'm trying to look for a silver lining,
I
but
see
man,
the only games I see them winning: Panthers, maybe the Steelers. Because their quarterback situation, I don't even think they know what the hell they doing with their quarterbacks. Um, maybe the Vikings, being that they got Darnold. I don't think Darnold will ever be good. You know what I'm saying? That's
right
it.
about that.
I don't see them beating no. If they beat Cleveland, that would be a surprise to me. That would be just looking at the schedule. I'm like, yo, they got a tough schedule, right? And this is the year
Yeah.
that you want to see what Daniel Jones could do if moving forward. Is he going to be the quarterback of the future for this team, or are y'all going to draft a new quarterback next year? This is the year for him to just either do or don't. So this is the year that he got to show people, and not just the Giants front office, but the whole NFL. If he wants to get another contract and play again somewhere, that you that guy. And I don't think he is. I don't think he is. And hopefully he is. Hopefully he's healthy. We're gonna see on
But
Sunday.
I think even if I think let's say Daniel Jones, has the best season of his career. I don't think he'll be a starting quarterback next season for another team. I think he'll be a backup
I do too.
because the field is way the market for quarterbacks that have more situational awareness,
Right.
athleticism is way deeper than to uh, put Daniel Jones as a starter somewhere else next season.
Right. But I
Like
mean, if you look
this is
at
going to be the best.
if
This is like this is the
Mhm.
pinnacle of his playing career right now.
Right. If Daniel Jones right now was available, you don't think Minnesota would call him up? They could use
I
him.
mean, he's not a marked improvement from Sam Darnold. Like he's not he's not going to make the difference for a struggling team.
Right. Or Cleveland. If Cleveland needed him, you don't think they would call him up?
They'll give him a call to see would he be willing to be a
Mm-hmm.
backup for somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at Cleveland, like after the Baker Mayfield, debacle,
Right.
like I think they would have learned their lesson by not committing, so much to a quarterback that really hasn't shown that he can really sustain an offense game after game, season after season.
But what exactly is okay? Like I think they want. I think the Cleveland front office thought they were gonna get the 2019 version of Deshaun Stevenson again, and I don't think he's the same player from when he was with the Texans. You know what I'm saying? But it's time now. Even with him, you got like the largest quarterback contract in the league, and a lot of people say he ain't better than Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. You know what I'm saying? It's time for him to put up a shut up now. It's like you're finally healthy. We think.
I mean, they essentially gave him the biggest contract sight unseen before he even played a single down when he was going through that sexual harassment
Yeah.
lawsuit.
Right.
You don't think the ownership
The
is
owner really liked him though. The owner is the one that like that he really wanted him there.
see, and that's why the Browns have been in the state of flux that they've been in for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no there's no business that you could ever go into where the ownership is going to make decisions based on how much they like a player or how much they like an employee.
Right.
And I'm speaking as a Lions fan.
Right.
Like it's beyond silly and beyond pathetic. And I'm thinking the ownership has to start demanding some dividends
Facts.
from Deshaun Watson.
I agree.
Like you were injured the season that you signed that huge contract, sight unseen, while you was embroiled in that lawsuit. Then Flacco came and he carried the Browns to the playoffs.
Right.
Like at some point, he's going to have to start, you know, uh, had to start throwing some 300-yard games.
Yeah. I think Watson is good. I think when he's healthy, he can be one of the best. But he hasn't been healthy since he got there. And then he had the whole thing with they keep bringing up the sexual harassment cases. That shit is over with. So he had no excuse now. You got your money. Now it's time to show that you can still play and you were one of the best, like Mahomes and everybody else, Joe Burrows and them. You know what I'm saying? So
But with that said,
no,
the Browns are going to be like third in the AFC North, man. Because clearly Baltimore
yeah.
and Cincinnati is going to be head and shoulders above.
Cincinnati don't have their receiver. So how are they winning without your best receiver? And I don't understand. It's been like a summer of cheap ass owners that don't want to pay their top plays. If you the Bengals, you got one great receiver. Why would you not want to pay him? Jamar Chase is one of the best receivers in the league. Why would you not want to pay him?
That's because ownership always believes that they can find another player with similar value somewhere else.
He's irreplaceable.
They believe they can get the same bang at a cheaper price.
If you take away Jamar Chase from that roster, you're stuck with T. Higgins. You're gonna put the game on the line in T. Higgins' hands? I ain't. You know what I'm saying? That is your best receiver. Like him and Joe Burrows have a great rapport with each other. Why would you not want to pay your best receiver? The whole lot you got him holding out, and he's planning on holding out going into the season. So he's not gonna play on Sunday.
And I support it because at the end of the day, man, the Browns got the money. Like they're not like here a lot of times, teams are cash strapped or they gotta they gotta be judicious with their finances. Like that's hogwash. Like ownership, they can find the money to pay anybody, but I just believe that the Browns ownership, they believe they could find another player with the same skill sets and talents at a similar value, but just pay way less. Like whenever you see teams lowball, they always nosedive, and it usually takes decades for them to replenish the well and find another franchise player again.
And the thing is, it's like, okay, he's still playing on his rookie deal. If you don't pay him now, you're gonna have to pay him next year anyway. So like,
and you're gonna have to pay him more.
Exactly. So what they want to see another year from. He already took you. He was in the Super Bowl with him and Burrows. Like he took you all to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Like what more they need to see? You know what I'm saying? It's just been a summer of cheapness with these owners. Same thing with Jerry Jones and paying their number one receiver with CeeDee Lamb. He waited till like the damn near close to the last week to pay CeeDee Lamb. That is your best receiver. You have nobody else. You know what I'm saying? That is your best receiver. Why would you not want to pay him? 49ers, same thing with them. They don't want to pay Brandon Ayuk. And they waited. They had a trade in place with him going to the Steelers. The Steelers could have used him too. But if you're not going to pay one of your plays, then what are you doing? Like, then trade him. They didn't want to trade him. Oh, we're going to keep him, but you only want to pay him. Now they finally paid him. Then they had the issue with the other player on their team, like the defensive dude. They didn't want to pay him. So it's something going on with the Niners. So last year they had to go through this shit with Deebo Samuels.
And the 49ers, their window to get to the Super Bowl, it's not going to last forever. You know, like it's kind of weird because the 49ers have stable ownership,
Right.
and you would think, man, you got Ayuk, like you said, you got all of these great skill set players, and they're in their prime,
Mm-hmm.
and their chemistry is electric,
Mm-hmm.
and especially the way that they overcame that, what was it, that 13-point deficit in the NFC title game.
Mm-hmm. Twice.
It shows that it shows that they're tough, they're resilient, and they're only going to get better. So I don't understand, like you said, the reticence to not pay them what they're worth, especially they're going to demand more money on the open trade market anyway.
Facts. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all went to the Super Bowl. Like y'all want to go to the Super Bowl again? You got to pay these players. Because
Mm-hmm.
the NFC to me is harder. The NFC, I look at the NFC like the let's say like the NBA Eastern Conference. It's a lot easier to get to the Super Bowl in the NFC. The AFC they're stacked. A lot of great teams in the AFC. And
I mean, the Ravens,
yeah, the Ravens, the
Chiefs.
Bills, the Texans on the
Mm-hmm.
come up. You know what I'm saying? The Bengals, they're on the rise. The Chargers, we're gonna see what they do with the new head coach.
And I think for Justin Herbert's sake, I think some coaching stability is needed, man. Like he didn't went through. He's on his fourth coach by now.
Yeah.
Like you can't grow and show any kind of marked improvement as a quarterback when you go through that many coaching changes.
Bro. I think Jim Harbaugh is definitely gonna put them in the playoffs again. I'd have faith in them. It's gonna be definitely. It's gonna look like a different Chargers team, and I think he's gonna bring the best out of Justin Herbert. But they're stacked. The NFC, you got maybe three Super Bowl ready teams right now. Lions is gonna be a problem. And the Niners know it because they almost lost, and they know they were on the ropes to the Lions. If it
And
wasn't for the Lions letting them come back, Lions would have been in the Super Bowl last year.
And the Lions secondary has been we got rid of CJ Gardner.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't get enough out of him.
Right.
We got Kirby. We got Kirby Joseph. We got Brian. Still got Brian Branch.
Yeah.
But the secondary was always kind of bend but not break.
Right.
Because like you mentioned the NFC title game, I was on pins and needles that entire second half, bro. Like I never felt so much anxiety, so much anger and frustration.
Yeah.
And it became like like an infectious disease, man. Like one mishap after another. Jameer Gibbs dropped a pass.
Right.
Then Jared Goff throws an interception. Then we allow the 49ers, to go off. Like I believe the Lions are going to go back to the NFC title game, but what I think what is going to make the difference is how much pressure we can get from our defensive front.
Yeah.
Cause we got some beef up front, and that's what I'm happy about. And I'm not really concerned about the offense. I'm really concerned about the defense, because when we play the Packers, they're going to give us a dogfight.
Mm-hmm.
The,
The Rams,
like
Rams are
they're
funny.
young, they're scrappy. You know, they gave it to us on Thanksgiving,
Mhm.
and they gave it to us. No, I believe we won at I believe we won at Green Bay, but they kicked our ass here at home.
Mhm.
So yeah, I believe Green Bay is going to give the Lions, a tough match.
Right.
Whether here or at Green Bay.
And you all got the Rams on Sunday, the rematch.
Yes,
That's gonna be a good one.
and there's at least for me, like I believe you got away with one. In the
It was close.
yeah, man, like we could have easily been called, for holding,
Hmm.
but I want to see. I'm happy. Like I'm looking forward to this matchup because I want to see the Lions beat the Rams, so people will know this wasn't a fluke.
Oh, right.
Like I want them to win decisively and win convincingly because I know they know it, but to show the Lions fans and to show the NFL world that we are out for it all. Like we took our lumps last season,
Hmm.
and I believe the Lions are going to gun for that number one seed.
Oh yeah, for sure. And they are the favorite in their division. So um their
I
division
mean,
is
you got Jameer Gibbs. Jameer Gibbs is our premier running back.
yeah,
David Montgomery. You know, uh, coming in for Jameer Gibbs on short yardage.
yeah,
Now at wide receiver, we still need a third receiver because we got Amon St. Ra
right.
Brown. He's our slot. We got Jameson. You know, for our deep threat, but
Yeah.
like we need somebody on the other side, and we still we still looking for that receiver. But for right now, man, I believe Jared Goff. He's going to have a great season. I don't know if he'll be an MVP, but I believe he'll play well enough to be an MVP candidate.
Right. Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely. And
But I will say though, I am kind of nervous when I start seeing like these national pundits now
mhm,
starting to pick us, to go to the Super Bowl and even win a Super Bowl. Is
right,
like on one hand, I'm happy to see the Lions get this much
mhm,
positive coverage and positive publicity, but on the other hand, I don't want us to be jinxed. Like I know it sounds weird, but it's
I know.
I don't want the Lions to start believing their own hype and to start looking at Sports Illustrated and Pro Football Focus and thinking, man, we got this in the bag.
Right. I mean, well, if you feel like that, I'm pretty sure the Chicago Bears fans feel like that with their new rookie quarterback. Caleb Williams and all the hoopla that he's been getting, and they're expected to do great things this year as well. So you can imagine how the Bears fans feel. They haven't had a great quarterback in how long? It's been forever. You know.
I don't I don't think they've had a quarterback that is this good in decades.
Now you know, and you know what's
I mean,
crazy?
think about it.
I actually liked Mitchell Trubisky, but there was something, I don't know if it was the system he was playing in. There was something wrong with him with the Bears, and then he went off and he became a backup, and then they get Justin Fields is talented, so it's not him. I just think that the system that they had in place for him last season, where they wanted him to become just stay in the pocket, he's not that. he has to be able to be mobile and run, and they wanted him to just stay in the pocket mostly, and I think that's where they started losing a lot of games.
Yo, like I'm thinking of this guy who used to play quarterback for the Bears.
Mm.
Like who was that the quarterback for the Bears? Like he was a white guy, but he always had like a sour disposition. Jay Cutler.
Oh, Jay Cutler. Oh yeah, he was good, but he lost a lot of games too though.
Man, yo, like he won games, but I mean maybe my memory has to be jogged, but I always remember that playoff game when he was riding um that that stationary bike
Mm.
on the sideline, and
Yeah,
he looked like he was disengaged and not very
yeah,
not really showing any kind of tangible leadership.
right.
And that's in recent memory. So for Caleb Williams to come in preseason
Hmm.
and show a lot of flashes of extraordinary quarterbacking, it's not like he has a lot of he has a lot to live up to.
I don't know, man. I think there's hope for the Bears. I think he's gonna be good. I don't know how good they're gonna be this year though. And they also have a rookie receiver coming in as well.
I
But
mean, I believe they can win maybe seven
7 games,
games.
yeah,
Like just to me, the NFC North is just too um, it's too much stiff competition between the Lions and the Packers.
yeah,
Like the Packers, I could see going have like 10, 11 wins, and us
yeah.
being like 12, 13 wins.
Hmm.
But the Bears in the future, when they build around Caleb Williams, they're going to be a problem.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, and at least, and they're trying to win. They put in a good team around Caleb Williams, so they're trying. I don't know what the other Giants are doing. So salute to the Bears. I hope those, and I know a lot of Chicago Bears fans that they got they doubts, and salute to them because they've been through hell. And I think it's going to turn around now finally for them with Caleb Williams and Roma Donez, and I think they're going to be a good team. Now, like I said, I don't know what they're going to do this year. I know people already picked them to be a wild card team. And I'm like, I don't know about that because the division they're in is tough. It's going to come down to the Lions and Green Bay. It's the Lions, Green Bay, and everybody else. So we already know
It's
this.
truly the black and blue division.
Yes, definitely, definitely. You know what I'm saying? But I'm actually want to see the Bears do good because they're an iconic franchise.
Yeah,
I remember I was like a little kid the last time they won the Super Bowl in '85. I remember, the Super Bowl shuffle and all that. You know what I'm saying? It's been that long. Jim McMahon, that was like their last great, quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So that city, that franchise, they need to win. And I think the turnaround is going to begin this season. But I don't know if they're going to be a wild card and anything can happen. But I think they're starting. They're going to show that this is not the same old Bears. This is going to be the new look Bears. I think they're going to play gritty, tough Chicago football, and we're going to see how good Caleb Williams is this season.
yeah. I think the wild card, the wild cards won't come from the NFC North. Like I can see like a wild card spot coming from the NFC South.
Right.
Because you got the Bucks with Baker Mayfield. You know, kind of you know, you know, kind of finding their way in. I'm not really buying the Falcons, man. Like
Yeah.
I just can't see it.
I heard somebody.
Kirk
Bro,
Cousins, man.
there
Like,
was somebody on ESPN. They're picking the Falcons to go to the Super Bowl. The Falcons.
but who was that person?
I think it was
I want to know.
it was one of them cats on the morning show on the Get Up morning show. Whatever. They were picking the Falcons to the Super Bowl. I don't know. I you
I
know
mean,
the division is weak, but I don't think they're good enough to beat. I don't think they're good, better than the Lions or the Packers. I don't think they're better than the Niners.
that's right. Like,
You know,
to me, and he didn't say, man, they can get to the second round or
it's the
even
Super Bowl.
the NFC title game, but to the Super Bowl.
I mean, they got weapons, but again, it's like you got Drake London. He's coming. He's coming in on what? It's like his second season. He's coming in on. You got Kyle Pitts, the tight end. Bijou Robinson, great running back, but they're inexperienced when it comes to postseason. So you mean to tell me all of a sudden Kirk Cousins will go in there and make them a Super Bowl winning team? I don't see that happening. I definitely don't think they're better than Philly. When Philly is fully healthy, Philly will blow them out.
And they're not better than the 49ers.
Nah, they're not better than Niners. Hell no. You know what I'm saying?
Because
So I can see
yeah,
them winning their division. I mean, their division is weak. The Saints, the Panthers are weak. The Bucks, I mean, even with the Bucks last year, they got in, but it was like they didn't make no noise in the postseason. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
If anything, Baker Mayfield got a second life again, so he's better with them. But are they a threat to? I don't think none of these teams in that division is a threat to the Packers or the Lions or the Niners or the Eagles. I think those to me are even the Rams. I think those to me are the crop of the NFC.
Like if you look at the like projected division winners, like
Mm-hmm.
as far as uh credible uh title contenders,
Mm-hmm.
you got the Lions in the NFC North,
Right,
then in the NFC East, the Eagles, then in the NFC West, the 49ers.
right.
That leaves the NFC South. And to me, none of those teams, not the Bucks, not the Falcons, not the Saints, none of those teams, could even stand with any of the teams that I just mentioned.
Nope, I don't see it. I mean, Kirk Cousins is decent. He's decent for what he is. You know, they're already looking towards the future with the quarterback that they drafted. Because at some point he's gonna take over. If Kirk Cousins gets injured this season, and you got the draft pick quarterback that you got, is he gonna be better than Kirk Cousins to put them in the Super Bowl? I don't know. I don't see it.
Hell no.
I still think they got issues on defense. You know what I'm saying? And people got to
Yeah.
remember, this is the same franchise that blew a 40-point lead in the Super Bowl against the Patriots a couple years ago.
Yeah. The score, I remember the score was what, 20, was it 28-3?
Patriots was dead. And after halftime, they came back. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen, and people said, "Oh, it was staged. It was fake." I've never seen no Super Bowl like that where the other team that was getting their ass beat by halftime came all the way back and won it. That was phenomenal by Tom Brady.
That was the greatest halftime adjustment ever. Because number one, you got to play hurry up offense. Like
Right,
you got to double up the snap count just to get twice as many plays off, and then to be able to score quickly, and then force multiple 3-and-outs.
right.
So that means the Falcons pretty much rested on their laurels.
Mm-hmm.
They played it safe. They were conservative, and the play calling reflected it.
Crazy.
Like like to allow a lead to be blown like that in the Super Bowl is inexcusable, man.
Right.
Like, and I felt sick when the Lions blew that halftime lead, but at least if it to me in my mind, at least it was in the NFC title game. It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't, like the stakes wasn't final.
Right. It
It
wasn't
wasn't
full,
the
full go.
it was the penultimate
Right.
championship. Like
I agree. Because now that they know what it's gonna take to get back there, and now they got the experience. So now they're gonna be even deadlier this season. You know what I'm saying? So if
yep,
we have that game again where it's Niners and Lions to go NFC Championship to go to the Super Bowl, I think Lions are gonna beat them this time. I think Lions is out of all the teams in the NFC, they need to have their
hmm
eyes on the Lions because the
and
Lions
and
gonna show them like, yo, we could beat you all.
if I could talk to
Yeah.
Dan Campbell, I would say, Coach, I believe in the Lions. I believe in Honolulu Blue.
Mm-hmm.
All of that.
Mm-hmm.
All I ask is think twice. Listen. What's that saying? Listen twice, measure once.
Right.
Don't go for it on fourth down all the time.
That I agree with. That because he was doing that a little bit too much. I'm like, yo, you right at the end zone. Like, go for the score.
Exactly. Like you don't like I understand like when you believe that like on short yardage, like on fourth down and two or fourth down and one. If you're already in field goal territory, just kick the field goal. Like going for it, even if you do pick it up, like we can, you can score a field goal. You can let your defense, hold up the end of a bargain. Play the clock, time management. Like there's so much you can do, but man, like fourth downs really have to be. I'm sure they've been addressed,
Yeah.
but I think if every Lions fan is honest with themselves, I think on Sunday night when there's like a fourth down that's going to come up, I think there's going to be a lot of people taking prop bets. Like if you're going to go for it on fourth down in a situation where you obviously should just punt or just kick a field goal.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? He was playing. He was playing like he didn't want to lose the game. But I'm like, when you got the Niners on the ropes, you gotta go for it, man. You know what I'm saying? Put the
Exactly.
put on their throat. Like, I don't care. Run up that score. I don't care if it's like a minute left in the fourth quarter. You know what I'm saying? And he was just playing too cautious. I'm like, yo, you right there. Just go for the points.
Bro, I believe the score was at halftime 24-10.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how it felt at like watching the Lions
I would not
allow the Niners to
come back.
cut it to 24-17,
Mm-hmm.
then tie it at 24 all, then take the lead at 31-24, then score again, and then in the fourth quarter, we lamely tried to come back, but it was way too late.
It was crazy. It was crazy. And I'm looking at it like, damn, like Lions got them on the ropes, man. Like, why are they going for these field goals and shit? You know what I'm saying? It didn't make sense to me.
And what really, I won't say broke my heart, but more than it just it left me nonplussed. Like it just left me besides myself. Like man,
Man.
seeing the seeing Kansas City beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl in the fashion that they did, knowing, man, had we been in the Super Bowl, we would have, I believe, beat the Chiefs.
That would have been
That's what really hurt.
remember last year the premier game was Lions and Chiefs, and they beat the Chiefs' ass.
Yeah, that was week one of the start of the new season,
Right.
and I didn't want to hear anything about Chris Jones didn't play.
Exactly.
That's not the
They,
Lions' fault,
they
man. Like
make
we
it
only play who's in front of us,
right.
and I'm glad that Dan Campbell did not allow the media to cheapen the win or take anything away by saying, "Well, y'all beat a team without their premier um, defensive tackle." Like,
Yeah.
not that's neither here nor there, man. Like, we proved that we can go on the road in Kansas City and beat them in a close
Exactly.
game.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was a great way to start off that season. And I think Ravens are gonna do the same thing. I think the Chiefs are gonna get their rings, do the whole ceremony, and the Ravens are gonna bust their ass. Because the way that the Ravens lost in that playoff game last year was terrible. They made mental mistakes and they couldn't come back from that. They just let the Chiefs take advantage of them. You know what I'm saying? And I
Yeah,
think Lamar Jackson had a lot of time to think about that game, and especially you're the MVP. You can't win two MVPs and not go to the Super Bowl and win. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So the pressure's on him now to put up or shut up. Like, yo, if you want to be considered one of the greats, you got to beat the great teams when it matters. This is the perfect opportunity for him to shut the naysayers up, at least for now, until the playoff time comes, and beat the Chiefs' ass because they're gonna be they got their rings, they're gonna be showing it off. So while they're distracted with the diamonds in their rings, you beat their ass.
And I'm gonna be totally honest. Like the Chiefs, they really don't scare me like that.
Hmm.
Like they're not this scary, insurmountable team that used to be uh they used to put fear in every team's defense. Like, you can get them,
Facts.
especially that you remember that raid when the Chiefs played the Raiders and
Yes.
the Raiders beat Kansas City
I
so
remember that.
so badly so badly
Mhm.
that um that
That game was in Kansas City.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, and I remember that came at a point when the Raiders had a change in coaching,
Coaching, right.
because I remember Antonio was it Antonio
Antonio Pierce.
yeah, Antonio Pierce.
Yeah.
He became the new head coach, and there was, I believe, the Raiders was playing for Antonio Pierce, man, because
Oh yeah.
I remember there was one play where uh, the Raiders had sacked Patrick Mahomes, and it was like ringing around the rosy. He was like trying to, evade the rush, and he was doing this like this ballet
Yes.
move. Like,
Yes.
he was like, it looked comical, but just the number of blunders that the Chiefs made.
Right.
Like, that's the Raiders that did that to the Chiefs. So I don't want to hear about the Chiefs, being world beaters, and they can't be had. Mm-mm.
Yeah. That was. What do you think about the Raiders this year? Like, you think their momentum from last year is going to carry over to this year, and they make the playoffs because of the new coach?
Oh, in that division,
Hmm.
they can certainly contend for a wild card. Because if you look at that division,
Yeah.
Denver is terrible.
Yeah. But I don't know. I with Denver, I see something with Bo Nix. I think Bo Nix is gonna have them play good. But I don't know if it's gonna be enough to go to the playoffs though.
But look at the field though. The
Right.
Chargers, like the Chargers, they're pretty much in rebuild right now,
Right.
and the Broncos they have marked improvement considering that the entire organization hated Russell Wilson.
They
you
did.
know, it's like complete restoration. But I believe the Raiders they got the horses,
Yeah.
to contend for a wild card spot.
I mean,
Like they're the Raiders they're going to be a tough out for a lot
right.
of teams.
The thing with with Russell Wilson, I felt like the moment he got there, it was like I don't know like when all the reports I hear about him be a diva and all that. That's the first time I ever heard that because I didn't hear about that in Seattle. I know there was issues with him in Seattle. Richard Sherman came out and other players, but like the whole thing with him wanting his own office, and he was like not doing stuff with the team. I've never heard that about him before. So I'm like, did that happen after he won the Super Bowl, or was like this an ongoing thing with him?
But I think a lot of that has a lot to do with Sean Payton's public comments
Yeah,
about Russell Wilson. Like clearly, Sean Payton he didn't really have a lot of respect for him as a person, nor as a quarterback,
right,
because he would give a lot of backhanded compliments to Russell Wilson, and
right,
I get it. Russell Wilson is a pro. He's a professional. He can handle it. But you can, but usually coaches will give at least a little bit of positive reinforcement. It
right,
was entirely, mostly, critical comments. Saying what Russell Wilson could have did more
right.
in losses and even in wins. But uh, I think the Broncos. I don't really see them having that much of a marked improvement. I think that they're not going to have the same record, but it's not going to make a world of difference.
Right.
Like they may win like one or two additional games,
Mhm.
but I believe Sean Payton has, I believe, at least one more season after this,
Really?
to really, yeah.
So, so you,
Because
so you see him like getting fired after this season?
no. I'm saying in 20, he'll have uh he'll have another year after 2025.
Mm,
Like in 20, like in 25, 26.
yeah.
I believe ownership they'll start to have serious conversations about is the is the franchise under Sean Payton really going as far as it can.
Right.
And a lot of NFL ownership have a lot of um, short leashes.
Mm,
Like they're very impatient. There's
yeah.
not as much patience as there used to be.
Right.
There's shareholders that team owners have to uh, answer to. But considering that the Chiefs are in their division, I think the Broncos want to see them at least vie, for maybe 8, 9, 10 wins, like in that range.
Right.
Like being mired in mediocrity for another year, it's not going to hurt Sean Payton. But if it continues like in 2025, 26, the grips will start to become tighter on him.
Yeah. And I don't think they bought him there just to loot, just to just to lose. I think he was there to totally rebuild that whole team. And
Mm-hmm.
I think them drafting Bo Nix. Bo Nix showed they seem to play good with Bo Nix, at least for the preseason. I'm pretty much thinking he's going to be the starting quarterback for them. I mean they got what's his name, Zach Wilson, another Jet
Mm-hmm.
reject, but I don't see Zach even playing in none of unless all of those quarterbacks are injured. That's the only way I see Zach Wilson playing for them. but I think Bo Nix is gonna be their starting quarterback. But like you said, like they in a division where you're not gonna beat the Chiefs. You're probably not gonna beat the Raiders. You're not gonna beat the Chargers. So it's
Hmm.
pretty much they in rebuilding stage right now.
And also, you got to keep in mind that Sean Payton, he was doing TV broadcasting when he was hired. He was pretty
Right,
much in retirement,
right, facts.
so he still hasn't really uh, made. He really hasn't built a work culture in Denver that truly reflects his values and his coaching style and what he wants from his players yet.
Right.
What was he hired in
20.
2022?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, in order for him to really change the franchise around, minimum 4 or 5 years.
Facts. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out with Bo Nix and what they do and you know I don't know. I don't know what's the. I don't even think their fans expect anything much from it in Denver. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see what happens. And I do feel like the Chargers are going to be good. I think Harbaugh is going to get them in shape and they're gonna be a contender at least in their division. I don't know about Super Bowl contender, not yet, but I think he's gonna get them in shape to the point where when you go play the Chargers, it's not gonna be an easy. It's not gonna be a cakewalk. You know what I'm saying? And he wants to have Justin Herbert on the same level as a Patrick Mahomes in the same division, and I think that might be a matchup to look forward to. You know what I'm saying? And you know, Chargers always put up a lot of points. Their defense has been in question though. Their defense is not great, but when they want points on the board, they can put up points. You know?
Yeah, it's pretty much like a shootout
Yeah.
with the Chargers, man.
And,
Like,
and, they, and they lost a lot of, especially last season. They lost a lot of games like that where they were like going back and forth. It was a shootout, but they can't close the game. You know what I'm saying? So I think
yeah,
he's gonna make sure if it's gonna be a shootout, we're closing that game with our defense. We're gonna make sure we win those games that we were supposed to win in the past. And I think they're gonna be the team to look at this season, like how Harbaugh does, leaving Michigan and coming back to the NFL. So I'm gonna be definitely checking, looking at them to see.
I mean, Jim Harbaugh, he left at the perfect time because
Mm-hmm.
when you got the NCAA on your ass,
Yeah,
for
exactly right. We had the perfect time.
NCAA violations,
Yeah,
recruitment violations, and in all kind of um, uh, things that the NCAA frowns upon. He was going to, if he stayed here, he was going to face a suspension, a
definitely,
fine.
definitely.
Like he pretty much did. Um, he pretty much did what uh man who what's the coach in Seattle when he left from USC
Oh,
to
Carroll,
go to coach for
Carroll,
Seattle.
yeah, Pete Carroll.
Yeah, he did the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
And,
definitely.
and it's pretty much. I feel like it's pretty much like a like a handshake agreement. With coaches, like if you get into a bind in college, you always got a place in the
You don't got to
pros.
here, you know. And it's funny how the coaches could get by that, but not the players. Reggie Bush
Mm-hmm.
did what he did, went to the NFL. They took away his Heisman and
The
they
Heisman,
just gave it back to him. Like was like a month ago they gave it back to him or whatever.
and they made him grovel for it though.
Yeah.
That's what pissed me off is that the NCAA, they want to see contrition
Mm-hmm.
from collegiate players that uh, that that show minor indiscretions and
Yeah,
violate certain rules, but coaches they can get away with murder.
crazy. Yeah, and I do think he's gonna do. I think he's experienced now to the point where you cannot leave a great school like Michigan and then come to NFL and lose. I think he's definitely gonna make sure the Chargers start winning. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna be checking them out this season to see what they can do. Um, AFC AFC East. Now this is interesting because when we talk about quarterbacks that you have your star quarterback might be out, or quarterbacks that got drafted that's out. You got Aaron Rodgers who on the was it I want to say like the second play of the game last year, the first game on Monday Night Football, tear his Achilles,
Mm-hmm.
and the hype was real for the Jets last season. I kept hearing about the Jets this, the Jets that. Jets finally got Aaron Rodgers, and look what happened. And it was a letdown year for them. And he's finally back. He's healthy. What expectations, if any, do you see for the Jets? Do you see them being a playoff team, or is he going to get injured again? Like, what's the expectations for the Jets?
Well, first of all, I think Aaron Rodgers has been showing diminishing returns.
Mm,
What before he was injured in week one of the of week one of the 2023 season.
right.
In 2022, he had a terrible year.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible by his standards, and the Lions pretty much ended his career in Green Bay at Lambeau Field
Mm-hmm.
by a score of 20-16. I remember that game.
Yep. I remember watching
Like
that. That was the
Aaron
game of the year.
Rodgers threw he threw an interception
Mm-hmm.
with 5 minutes to go, and the Lions iced the game by going for their touchdown rather than kick the field goal.
Mm-hmm.
But that's Dan Campbell for you. But back to Aaron Rodgers, it boggles my mind how anybody could believe that uh, the Aaron Rodgers is going to lead the Jets to the AFC title game. I don't believe that. To me, I don't think the Giants. Excuse me. I don't think the Jets are better than the Bills as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
The Jets have young talent,
Mm-hmm.
but you've already seen Aaron Rodgers his non-committal stance to being in training camp,
Mm-hmm.
like working with his young receivers,
Right.
working on chemistry. Like up until what last month, he was you know uh, vacillating between going to Egypt and maintaining his vacation itinerary
Mm-hmm.
or coming to training camp.
Yeah.
Does that sound like somebody that is focused on winning the division, let alone winning the conference?
I think he was for him. He's looking past football already, and I think that's a mistake because I'm like, you're in New York City. You're playing for a franchise who hasn't won a Super Bowl since the '60s with Joe Namath. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
he could have easily retired after Green Bay. He chose to come here. You got it was nothing but hype last year, and on the second or third play of the game on Monday Night Football, the first Monday Night Football of the season last year, he tears his Achilles against the what was that? It was the Bills, and they still beat the Bills, mind you. They still beat the Bills in that Monday night game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're finally healthy. You're coming back off of a major injury, and he's 40. He's 40 now, and they have Super Bowl aspirations in a tough division with the Bills and Miami. You know what I'm saying? What
Mm-hmm.
is my thing is I don't think he needs to try to run every play. Just stay in the pocket and like Brady did that. Stay in the pocket and you can still be deadly in the pocket. He don't need to try to outrun the lineman and that's how you got injured the first time. You know what I'm
But
saying?
Aaron Rodgers, he's always been somebody that will improvise with his legs. He'll like he makes like in past seasons he has made mincemeat of
Right,
defenses whenever they try to rush him.
right.
So
So
I don't think he's going to do the equivalent of Michael Jordan going
but
from
it
dunking to to
but he got to
using a
at
fadeaway.
this point. But he's not getting any younger. At this point, is if he get injured again, that's gonna be it. At this point, he got to play smarter with every down and not feel like I gotta make something out of this play. It just
But,
doesn't.
but, but who's going to tell him that?
Hopefully, the coaches tell him that if he wants to get this team to the Super Bowl, hopefully because I feel like if he
Shoot.
have another major injury, he's done. So he don't have to play out every down. Just down the ball and you live for the next play. You know what I'm saying? And if you look at Larry Johnson, Grandmama, right? When Larry Johnson
Mhm.
was in Charlotte, he was dunking on people and all kind of spectacular dunks and alley oops. When he had that back injury, he had to change up his game because when he came to the Knicks, he could not dunk no more. So he had to find a way where he can still be effective on the court and 3 pointers and layups. There'd be times when he had a clear lane to the basket, he would lay it up because he could not dunk no more. And we still went to the finals with Larry Johnson. We lost, but he had to find a way to stay on the court because he realized like, yo, I got a bad back. I'm not gonna be dunking no more. That Aaron Rodgers got to look at that like, yo, like I can't outrun the lineman in every play. I gotta be smart with these plays. You know what I'm saying? And I think if he can stay healthy, I think the Jets will go to the postseason. Now,
But
if they, I don't know if they could make the Super Bowl, but I think
I
if you
think
get, mhm,
I think it would be a miracle if Aaron Rodgers would hand it off to his running back for 25 to 30% of the
he
plays.
can do that.
That's going to be a hard sell to somebody that's used to running the show, and
But
I don't
but
believe the Jets
he had
coach is
running
going to.
backs. He had running backs in Green Bay.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, but I'll say probably I'll say close to 85% of the time he always passed. He would use his arm,
Right.
even in obvious running situations. I just don't believe the he's going to respect the coaching staff of the Jets to modify his game to avoid injury or to incorporate more of the running back to take some of the pressure off of him because I think he wants to prove that he's still the same gunslinger that learned under Brett Favre.
Yes, and
That
he is, but he don't have to do that every play though. You know what I'm saying? Like you down the ball, you live to play another game. You know what I'm saying? And they got weapons. Brees Hall is their best running back. You got Brees Hall as a running back, right? You got
mhm.
Garrett Wilson, one of the best young receivers on that team, and Garrett Wilson was still putting up numbers with Zach Wilson last year after Aaron Rodgers went down. You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine if you have a healthy Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson? That's a touchdown every game, maybe two. You know what I'm saying? You got Alan Lazard. Lazard played with him in Green Bay. You got your boy with you coming. He came over here to play with Aaron Rodgers. He could have stayed in Green Bay. He said, "No, I'm coming to wherever Aaron go. I'm going." He went. He came here to play with Aaron. So you got your boy here. You got who else? Xavier Gibson, and he's also good on special teams. You got him. You got Mike Williams coming over, and hopefully he can stay healthy because he's never been healthy in his career. You got Mike Williams. You got the tight end Tyler Conklin. He has weapons. All he needs to do is stay on the field. If he can stay on the field for a whole season, the Jets could win the division. I really believe that. Now, I don't know if it's possible. I still think Miami is good. I think Buffalo definitely Josh Allen got something to prove. Definitely. I think Kim out of everybody got something to prove because they always pick him. They always pick the Bills, and the Bills they cannot beat Kansas City. And until he get over that hump, he's always going to be looked at as, yeah, they good, but they can't beat Kansas City. Joe Burrows beat Kansas City, so Burrows already got one up on Josh Allen. Salute, Mike.
I mean, back to back to Aaron Rodgers real quick.
Uh-huh.
I think at Aaron Rodgers' age and his adaptability, I believe he's going to re-aggravate the injury at
Mm-hmm.
some point. But I think he will try and play through it. And depending on how well he can play through the injury, I believe he won't let uh, the injury keep him off the field. So considering just how headstrong he is, I
Mm-hmm.
believe he's going to get even more. Um, uh, he's going to have more action. With the running back and with his wide receivers. But I guess all I'm saying is that when you've been in the league for 20 plus years,
Mm-hmm.
when when Michael Jordan and Larry Johnson, when they adapted their game, it was easier for them to do it because one, basketball is easier. It's not as taxing on your body, and it's easier to refine certain moves. With football, considering just how much he's been playing it, it's like muscle memory.
Yeah.
Like even if coaches were to go over certain ways that he can you know angle his body away from the rush or new footwork techniques. I think his muscle memory is going to tell him to do the opposite.
Right. Yeah, but he gonna have to. I hope they're telling him because at this point he can't afford to have another season-ending injury at his age. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. He got to play smarter football. You don't have to outrun every damn play. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? Try for the first down.
but if he injures himself and it's self-inflicted,
Mm-hmm.
the kind of uh, crushing media attention he's going to get
Yeah.
is going to be way worse than any of the anti-vax rhetoric he was
Well, I
spewing.
mean, I don't think at his age. I mean, he's already proved everything. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they're gonna go harder than compared to it. Like if it was like a Zach Wilson or something. Like Zach Wilson was just bad, and they drafted him. He was just bad here. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't wait to get rid of him. But Aaron Rodgers is like a what 4-time MVP. He won
That's
back to
not
back.
that's not going to matter to a fan base that has not had a quarterback of his stature since the '60s. And keep in mind, I said if it's self-inflicted, meaning that if he uh let's say like he does like a he slides in a way where he could have easily did something else to prevent incurring injury to himself.
Right.
I think I think a lot of Jets fans will be very upset and come down on him for not knowing better or for not using um, better situational awareness.
Right.
And also with Zach Wilson, keep in mind he was what for all intents and purposes that was his rookie season, even though he had been in the league for 2 or 3 years.
Mm.
So that was his first season actually starting every game. For what 14, 13, 14 games.
Mm-hmm.
So Zach Wilson, he was the whipping boy for everything that went wrong because they didn't have Aaron Rodgers. But
They revolted against him in the locker room. Like you had players that was they like made shirts against Zach Wilson. Like the whole locker room was against him. They were all for Aaron Rodgers. And when Aaron Rodgers came in the building, it was a different feel. You know what I'm saying? That's when you
Mhm.
know that's an MVP, a Hall of Famer. Like when he could come in the building and everything just changes immediately when he's there. It wasn't like that with Zach Wilson. The players didn't like him. And they couldn't wait to have him leave. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. If Aaron Rodgers, if you could get Aaron Rodgers healthy for a full season with this team, they can go far. I really believe that because he has the experience. He knows how to win, and he's beaten these teams before. It's not like he when he was on Green Bay, he's beaten these teams before in the AFC. So he knows what how to win. He has to get this team on his level. You know what I'm saying? And I think they got the weapons, offense and on defense, to do special things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I don't know though. It's like again, it's question marks with the Giants. It's question marks with the Jets for very different reasons. Because we know when Aaron Rodgers is healthy, what we're gonna get. He was MVP back to back, 2020 and 2021. You know what I'm saying? And Green Bay didn't have no great seasons during those years either. And he managed to still be MVP. So imagine what he can do when he's on the field for a whole season with this Jets team. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
The thing with I still feel like the Bills is going to win the division. I think Josh Allen has a lot to prove, and I like Miami. I don't. The thing with Miami is they can't win in cold weather. I think they're like 0-11 or some shit like that. Some crazy number. They only good when they're in warm climate, which is basically their home. Out when they're away and they got to play in zero temperatures, they can't win.
So even so they're kind of in a pickle because in order for them, they have to play in cold weather
Mm-hmm.
stadiums.
Right.
So in order to get like the number one seed,
Mm-hmm.
you gotta win in cold weather cities.
Exactly.
So they're only going to get only so far.
Mm-hmm.
So when I look at the team that's left, like the Bills,
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen, I feel like he should feel liberated. I feel like he should feel unencumbered now because he doesn't have to placate Stephon Diggs anymore.
Right.
Because Stephon Diggs always uh, passed the buck whenever he didn't play well, and he will always intimate that Josh Allen, he was inaccurate. He could have thrown it. He could have thrown better passes,
Right.
or I was open and he didn't give me the ball.
Yeah,
All of that is gone.
I didn't like his behavior, like him doing that. I'm like, you're playing with one of the best QBs in the league. Like, what is the issue? Like okay, so he expected to get a touchdown every time he was throwing the ball. Like they have other players that were just as talented on the Bills team besides him.
I agree.
The two tight ends that they got, Kincaid and the other, I forgot the other tight end they got. They both were great. You know what I'm saying? You got other receivers that had to get the ball, and then they got they barely had a running game. You know what I'm saying? It's like the fans want to see them use their running backs more, and he's bitching about getting the ball and we lost because you didn't throw me the ball. Like, come on, man.
And how can you throw Stephon more passes when the defense is bracketing him? 10 yards downfield. Like Josh Allen, he's not going to throw in double and triple coverage. Like, and that's what makes you great. Like, that's what you're there for, is to make the defense kind of honor the threat that Josh is going to connect with you by having, the tight end,
Right.
catch a pass that's underneath.
Right. Facts.
You know what I mean? Or the slot, get some catches, that's on the other side,
I,
man. Like
I just I just felt like
I just think he couldn't see the tree from the forest.
right. It just felt like it was like he was doing that on purpose to create a unnecessary tension between him and the quarterback, and like it wasn't needed.
And I tell you something else, Stephon Diggs, he has a lot to prove in Houston
Mm-hmm.
because now he has CJ Stroud that's
Right.
going to be his quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
and people are going to look at Stephon Diggs to be a compliment to CJ. Like CJ, he's already proven that he can lead a team to the playoffs, and he's gotten further
Mm-hmm.
than you ever did.
Right.
Ain't that something?
Exactly.
The
Because
rookie got further
don't work
than
out,
the veteran.
if it don't work out with the Texans, then people are going to be like, "Yo, well, you see, you was the problem all along in Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
You was the problem all along in Minnesota. You're just a problem child." You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So I think yes, he also has a lot to prove with a new team and a team that's on the rise that a lot of people are picking to win that division in the AOC South. Like I've heard people say it's the Texans to lose. The Colts are going to surprise people. I think the Texans are winning that division.
I I don't see I don't see any challenger in that division. And to be honest, like I'll be honest, I really don't know much about the Colts.
Uh-huh.
Like you know what I mean? Like I think the Texans, they're head and shoulders above every team in that division.
I think so too. Definitely. You know, they were definitely a surprise last year. How CJ Stroud played great and Nico Collins and like I said, they had Devin Singletary at that time as they running back, and I think they still got Damian Pierce if I'm not mistaken. But they definitely got their favorites to win that division. But people, Anthony Richardson is coming back off of injury. People are expecting the Colts to be like their threat in that division. I don't know. Can he stay healthy for? And that was his rookie season. He got injured. Can he stay healthy?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's gonna be interesting to see. You had Mike, salute Mike. He said CJ Stroud is definitely fire. Texans got great potential. Lego my ego. He's repping the Chiefs. Let's fucking go, Chiefs Kingdom. Chiefs and Ravens tomorrow night. I can't wait. Mike said, I'm hoping the Lions go all the way to the Super Bowl, but we shall see. I want to see some underdogs going all the way. Aaron Rodgers definitely deserves MVP stats. I don't dislike him. And he said,
Hey, I only dislike Aaron Rodgers when he was playing for the Packers
right,
because he was a division rival of
yeah,
the Lions.
yeah. And he was also in our way to get to the Super Bowl. When the Giants had to play him last time, and we had OBJ coming off with that Miami party with Trey Songz. Night before the game, he out of my. Why are you out of Miami the night before the playoff game? You out of Miami getting drunk with Trey Songz, and we lost that game.
Yo, that picture was wild, man.
Crazy.
Like all of them on a sailboat, and
Yeah, the yacht.
some of them are shirtless, and it just looked really weird, and it's like it came at the wrong time, and
Mm-hmm.
you go on vacation and you go sailing and you're in Miami, and then you lose badly, and you put bum ass performances on film.
And that was the last time we had OBJ in the Giants uniform. He left. He went to Cleveland after that. It didn't work out there. Then he got traded to the Rams. He got his ring. He tore his Achilles in the same game too. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
it was like, where were the coaches to tell him like, yo, you cannot go to Miami with Trey Songz and get drunk and then expect to play?
But is that really the coach's responsibility to tell grown men that you are playing in the biggest game of your career
when you have teams in the Super Bowl, they got curfew. You can't go out late the night before the Super Bowl. You
But
got
you know what though? But try, bro. You know who that really falls on? The team captain. The team captain is supposed to tell the players
you right.
that you are to report back at a certain curfew. You're not going to the clubs. You're not going to the strip. You're not going to meet no women. You're not going to do no drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is,
Right.
all of that is going to be there after the game.
Well, Eli should have been man enough to go to OBJ and tell him like, "Yo, we got curfew. We got to play Green Bay on their home turf in the playoffs. There will be no going to Miami to get drunk on a boat with Trey Songz. You know what I'm saying?
You think Opie was going to tell OBJ that you were not under no circumstances going to the club?
Rings. He got 2 rings. He had the authority at that time. Why not? OBJ got 1 ring now because you went to the Rams for that. You know what I'm saying? Eli got 2 rings.
See, if it was Peyton I think you would have a. I think you're. I would agree, but
Peyton would have told him.
I don't. Eli doesn't. He doesn't.
No, he's
come across as somebody that has a forceful personality.
In my mind, I'm thinking, Eli, you got 2 rings. Okay, you got your best receiver in Miami with Trey Songz the night before a playoff game in Green Bay. How you think he was going to win that game?
You know what Eli should have told OBJ? If you go to the club, if you go out of this hotel room for any reason, I'm not throwing you the ball.
That would have worked too. And he would have been like Stephon Diggs, like, yo, get me out of here because nobody threw me the ball. We could have won, but you didn't throw me the ball, Eli. You would have been just like Stephon about that.
But you know what? Would have happened? There would have been tidbits of information trickling down from the locker room to the media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But like Eli has enough pull in the media where he can, whisper, in a dark corner to certain journalists. Well, you know what OBJ was doing while we was practicing?
He was drunk.
He was on a sailboat, getting drunk, partying, while everybody else was getting sleep and focused on getting rest to prepare for playing in the biggest game of our career.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because when you're the quarterback, especially somebody that is a 2-time Finals MVP and 2-time Super Bowl champion, you want to be liked by a lot of media people.
Mm-hmm.
So who do you think the media is going to believe? Eli.
Yeah, I know. I get it. Hey, we had another dumb-headed receiver, Plaxico Burress, who ended up shooting himself.
Yo, just mentioning his name, man, like makes me laugh.
You got your own stuff when you got kicked out of the league for like 2 years, but at least he had the ring already on his finger. OBJ had no ring.
But was that before or after he shot himself?
That was after the Super Bowl win that he shot himself in the Why would you do that? That makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? And I will never forget that game. I'm like, bro, we got blown out by the Green Bay because this idiot wanted to be in Miami with Trey Songz, who swear up and down that he's better than R. Kelly. Not on your worst day, you better than Kells.
I gotta ask you, man,
mm-hmm.
What is it with people that live or work in New York that they just want to, carry a gun and just let off a few rounds whenever they're at the club?
I don't know.
I mean, Sean did it in '99. Plaxico did it.
Diddy really was behind that whole thing. We know that. Like
mm-hmm.
He took a rap for Diddy's, bid. Like that 10-year bid he did, that was really for Diddy. They had 2 different separate lawyers.
Yeah, and pretty much Diddy had his lawyers pretty much, get him off for probation. Yeah. And while Sean is thinking that, Diddy's going to cover my lawyer fees and he's going, to,
Exactly.
get me out of jail. He just pushed all of the time
Exactly.
on Shine.
Even the girl that got shot in the face, like she said Diddy, she saw Diddy pull the trigger. It wasn't Sean. Sean took the rap for that, which is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I can't do no 10-year bid for nobody. Like
So just imagine,
I'm taking the 10-year bid for you, and while you out here mingling with everybody else and shit, nah.
and you can't even do like 30% of the time. You ain't got to do like 50%,
Mm-hmm.
but not even 30%, not even 15%.
Yeah.
He did no jail time.
Nope.
And I remember, you remember that just a sidebar.
Uh-huh.
You remember that interview that Sean did on MTV
Mm-hmm.
from Clinton Correctional Facility?
Mm-hmm.
It's on YouTube,
I remember that.
and the reporter was asking him, what are your feelings about Diddy? And if looks could kill, he didn't say much, but if looks could kill, Shine wanted to
Yeah.
say in so many words how much he hates Diddy
Oh,
and how much, if he ever saw him again, what he would do to him.
yeah. I have to think that Diddy put money in his account or something while he was gone, because ain't no way I'm doing a 10-year bid for you coming out and then I'm gonna be friends with you. You know what I'm saying? Like he's
Yeah,
totally friends with the dude now. I'm like, what? After what he did, like he
maybe uh, he contributed to his campaign
yeah, it was
fund, for Bailey's.
yeah something. See, he did something behind the scenes that we haven't heard about yet, because there's no way you're gonna have that man do a 10-year bid for you and then come out and he cool with you. Nah.
And and also during that time, Sean put out that Godfather Buried Alive album,
Yes, that was on Def Jam.
and it was decent, but the
Mhm.
problem was like you know how with certain rappers that are doing bigs, like they have acapellas
Right.
that are clearly usable, and some of the acapellas are good,
Hmm.
but it's a struggle to find the right production.
Yeah.
And the production, it was modern. It was, I think they did as well as they could under the circumstances,
Hmm.
but it kind of underperformed. It really didn't get a lot of burn, but
Yeah.
in comparison to Shine, Diddy is like tearing up the charts,
Yeah.
with hit after hit.
Hmm.
And all Shine can do is just, bid, just do his time and just wait for the time that he can get out and just tell his story,
And now,
with
not one time did he have Shine on any of those releases that he was coming out with. When he did the Dirty Money album, I didn't see Shine on the Dirty Money album. He could easily
or
have.
even a shout out,
Yeah,
or,
yeah,
or even
He
a
had
shout
Big
out.
on here. He had Rick Ross. He even had Biggie. Biggie been dead for how long? How are we still
Yeah,
reacting to Biggie lyrics? You know what I'm saying? I ain't hear Shine on the Dirty Money shit. You know what I'm saying? He had all these other releases that came out that was garbage. Not one time he looked out for Shine and be like, "Yo, let me throw you on the track. Let me do an album for you or something."
I
Right?
mean, I like for example, I like Black Rob's second album.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the album with Star in the Hood on it. Like
Is
like
that
Sean could have been on that album.
that's the Black Rob report, right?
Yeah, from
Yeah,
2005.
yeah. I remember that one.
I felt like, man, like just to show, man, like I'm still behind Shine, and Shine is not forgotten, and he's still part of the Bad Boy family. Like to show some kind of solidarity.
I
Nothing.
mean, he don't do that. He showed solidarity for Biggie for 20 something years because he's been milking Biggie's legacy. He's been doing that. He did a whole album with Faith Evans and he called it The King and I. Knowing damn well Biggie never did no album with Faith Evans. It was all rehashed lyrics. And then they got a couple of collabs. Little Kim was on it and Jada Kiss. And you know what I'm saying? He's been doing this forever.
And also at the time of his death, Biggie always wanted to establish an imprint away from Bad Boy. That's the reason why he went into business with Lance Rivera.
Yeah, he made
That's
the
the reason why he was, planning on recording an album called The Commission with Charlie Baltimore, Lil C's,
mm-hmm,
Jay-Z,
mm-hmm.
because I'm sure Biggie was thankful for the opportunity that Diddy gave him, but I'm sure Biggie didn't want to be obligated to Puffy forever.
The rumor was, I don't know if you heard this. The rumor was it was gonna be a trilogy. It was gonna be Ready to Die, Life After Death, and Born Again was gonna be the last album on Bad Boy. And then he was gonna go sign with Rockefeller. That was the rumor. Dame Dash even said that. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I've always said that I thought Diddy was behind Pac getting killed and Biggie. You know what I'm saying? I think he was a part of both murders. You know,
because for Biggie, because once Biggie would have left Bad Boy, the value of the company would have dramatically went down anyway.
Exactly, and that's what happened. That's what happened until he became his own artist. He had to save his own company by being his own artist, because Mace was not going to sell for you like that. Not the Locks already wanted to go to Rough Riders. You know what I mean? So it was like, who else did you have left? Black Rob. What even though he had what was like his biggest hit, he wasn't selling like that.
And an artist that he signed first to Bad Boy,
mm-hmm.
and for years he neglected.
Mm-hmm.
You know who that artist was?
Craig Mack.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like Craig Mack. His first album came out in 94, right?
Yes.
95, 96, 97, 98, nothing.
Nothing. He wanted out. Because he did not, the mainstream was not his thing. And then him and Biggie was clashing. Now back then we didn't even know that. Because we thinking they friends and everything. We didn't know that they were clashing behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Craig Mack wanted, to me, and I said this last night with Reg, I think Craig Mack would have been better with Def Squad. If you have Eric Sermon when he was in his prime back then, a whole album produced by Eric Sermon with Craig Mack, that would have been crazy.
Or I'm thinking like either assuming that his squad never broke up, or if Craig Mack would have went with Eric Sermon and joined Keith Murray and Redman.
Yeah, Marley G and them. Yeah,
mm-hmm.
I think that would have been great for him.
Because Craig Mack, he's from Long Island.
Yeah.
Just like Keith Murray. And if you listen to the rhyme style, it's pretty much similar.
Mm-hmm.
Like they think like battle rappers first.
Right.
And that's how they, that's the basis for everything that they record.
And Keith Murray wasn't geared to the mainstream. They geared him to the mainstream when he was on Def Jam, when he came out with Candy Bar, that shit, and when he was on the
that was the third album.
Yeah,
I mean I got the first two albums, but the third album,
no,
I wasn't really.
That's the fourth one, the fourth album.
That was the album on Def Jam. That's right, because he put out 3 albums under Jive.
Right.
And the third album that came under Jive was in '99.
Yes, and that's the one with the LL joint. Incredible. That was a great album too.
Yeah, and that was pretty much old material.
Yeah.
Because Keith Murray, he was in and out of jail, and Jive Records, they wanted to put something out on Keith Murray, to make some money.
Right.
Because Keith Murray wasn't able to promote it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I also remember, that time in music when Keith Murray put out that the album, his first album under Def Jam. That was when remember when Fubu had their own record label and they had like Fatty Girl on it?
Yes, I was about to say he was on the Fatty Girl remix. It was him and LL and Ludacris.
Yeah.
That video was everything.
And I thought Ludacris had the best verse on it, but that song was pretty much a I mean, that song wasn't really a song that those MCs are going to spit the best on it. Like
Right.
it wasn't like an MC fest. That was more like a song for the clubs, for the whips, for the streets.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. You know, and that album wasn't good. Like that whole Def Jam album was just bad. You know what I'm saying? But like if you had Craig Mack with them and you had maybe the Def Squad El Nino album would be different. It would be Craig Mack with Redman and Marley G and Eric, and I thought that would have been perfect for him. He could have put out the
Yeah,
music that he wanted to put out. You still got Eric Sherman in his prime. You know what I'm saying? Eric Sherman did a lot of great stuff for both R&B and hip hop. You know what I'm saying? So, you know,
and
uh,
also remember in 1996, Keith Murray and Redman had their albums produced by by Eric Sermon in the
right,
same year.
right,
Remember
exactly.
Enigma and Muddy Waters.
Enigma is a great underrated solo sophomore album that nobody mentions. I don't know
Yo,
why.
I like Enigma more than the debut album.
I've heard people say that too. It was good.
I, like first of all, man, like Call My Name, like where he's dissing
Yeah.
Prodigy.
Hmm.
Like like Enigma was pretty much um well, first of all, Enigma is his best album, so it's not a fair comparison. Because I was going to say Enigma was his There's a Dark Side, but I like Redman's best album to me is Muddy Waters.
I love Muddy Waters.
Then What the Album, then There's a Dark Side. So it's not really an apples to apples thing, but in 1996, for Eric Sermon to produce both their albums from top to bottom,
Yeah.
Keith Murray and Redman got the best of Eric Sermon, and they can still tour off of those albums.
Facts.
Says a lot.
Facts. I agree. You know, he even had a Dilla joint on it. He had Dangerous Ground. That was from the
Yep, and, and also the remix to
right.
Varan was
Wow,
on.
that's
It
right.
was
Yeah,
produced by Jay Dilla.
yeah. The Uma remix. That's right. You know, I thought it was a great sophomore album. You know what I'm saying? And the Muddy Waters is like a classic. You know, some say that's like Redman's best album. I disagree. I still love his first album more because it was so
Hmm.
energetic. He had the energy and everything. Even when he was doing the shows at that time in 92, 93, he came out with so much energy and you just felt it. You know what I'm saying?
I think what the album is Redman at his most hood, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I
Meaning
agree.
like with Muddy Waters, he's very comical,
Mhm.
very eccentric. But like on Muddy Waters, he's very comical. On There's a Dark Side, he's very eccentric.
Yeah.
On What the Album, he's pretty much like that hood cat from Newark
Hmm.
that steals cars,
Hmm.
sells weed to support his habit,
Yeah.
you know, uh, pimping women. He's doing every foul thing that people in the hood do to make money.
Hmm.
And
Even on like if you look at like Doctor in 2000, like those skits were hilarious. You know
mm-hmm,
what I'm saying? And I think he was at his most comedic on that album as well. Like even the video for like
I'll
I'll Be
be
That,
that.
that was crazy. That was so crazy. You know what I'm saying? And he always had that personality. Like he didn't really take himself too seriously like that. Like when it came to ramen, he got the bars, but his personality was like real comedic. He had a personality to to go into Hollywood and do what was it like? I think he did Body Chucky. Was it not Body Chucky? Cedar Chucky. He was in
Mm.
and to do like other films. How High was great. At least the first one was great. And to do the Red and Meth show. So Hollywood seen it too. Like yo, he got personality. We could do something with him.
And I didn't know, man. Like when I saw the I'll be that video, I didn't know he knew Cormega
Right.
because like Cormega and Redman, they were chilling in front of
Yeah.
a bodega, and
Mm-hmm.
they watching Shorty ride the
Ride the
bicycle
bike
past them, and
across.
then they
Yeah.
crash, and she
Mm-hmm.
crashes into the car.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think he has a great discography, man. He might have like one bad album, but for the most part, his discography is strong.
I was recently like I got like my tape and CD collection.
Yeah.
Like I have it like I have it organized like it's art to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just I'll sometimes I'll just open uh my cassettes or my CDs and just
Mm-hmm.
not even listen to it, but so much I'll just look at the artwork and the liner notes.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, what I did was I lined up these three CDs,
Mm-hmm.
and I was debating which one should I listen to first.
Right.
And all these, all three of these CDs have this one thing in common:
Mm-hmm.
it's their sophomore albums.
Mm. Okay. So which ones you talking about? Like you talking about Keith and Red?
So what I did was I pulled out on CD.
Mm.
There's a Dark Side.
Mm.
It was written in Supreme Clientele,
Wow.
and I was debating with myself
Mm.
which album is really the best of these three.
Right.
Like all of these are great, but even with greatness, there's tears.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um. For me, I gotta go with It Was Written because I remember when it came out in '96, and it was buzz for it, and then it was like Nas switched up to go not mainstream but to sell records because he didn't sell with Illmatic. Illmatic didn't go platinum. He got the respect from everybody. It's considered, at least for me, the hip hop Bible. But when that album came out, he didn't sell with it. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But with It Was Written, it was a more polished sound from the track masters. Using the track masters for the majority of that album, and then Primo gave him my favorite song on there. "I'll Give You Power." He had Havoc on there. He had Dr. Dre. The Dr. Dre song I don't like. I know a lot of people don't care for it. It was
Yeah,
it was just okay. It's okay. But remember, this is '96 Dre when Dre left Death Row and started Aftermath, and he came out with that terrible compilation. I don't like that either.
and about do you remember that beginning interlude from Nas Is Coming with Dre and
Right.
Nas talking? To me, man, I hate that part.
That was I didn't even have an issue with that. It was just that it's not the Dre that we wanted. You know what I'm saying? And it was okay just to say, okay, look, I got a track from Dre, but it's not a great track from Dre. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the sentiment from a lot of heads now. Like, I can skip over it, which I did. I skipped over it a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? But the rest of the album is great. Shootouts and Silent Murder, which was only on the cassette.
Mm.
Live nigga rap to me is one of the best Mob Deep features ever. The setup, I love the setup, that whole storytelling from Nas and the Havoc beat. You know what I'm saying? It's a great album. It's a great album. Taken in Blood. And he could have come out with more singles than just the singles that he came out with. Affirmative Action needed a video. The Firm official, coming out party with that. That was a great posse joint. I used to hear that song on Stretch and Barbito before the album came out. They were playing that, and I'm like, yo, this is on the album. They got to release this. And the only thing we got from it is the Apollo, the Showtime at the Apollo performance.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Like Az, he was wearing like a short set.
Yes, and he got like the hunter's hat, and they all sitting at the table. That's the only thing we got. We that needed a video. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
that album is great. Supreme Clientele. Now there's people that love that more than Iron Man. I love Iron Man more, but Supreme Clientele is a great album. I think it's a great sophomore album from Ghostface and the RZA production on that, and he had Juju from the Beatnuts and a lot of heavy records on that album. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's a classic too. You know what I'm saying? There's a Dark Side Now. I've never liked that album, and I remember buying that from Coconuts. November
Mm-hmm.
'94 was Thanksgiving weekend, and um, I like some songs. I think if it was cut down to 10 songs, it would have been a perfect album. But there's some songs on there that I don't like, and it's mostly towards the end of the album, like tracks like "Slide and Rock On" and basically "When I Come Around." I don't care for those songs. I've always skip over those songs. You know what I'm saying?
Do you feel like I'll give you an example. Like I think Cosmic Slop is on that album.
Yeah, the Def Squad.
Now I think clearly I understood it when I heard the album for the first time. I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't hip to Parliament Funkadelic,
Right.
so I wasn't really hip to some of the things that he borrowed from George Clinton.
Right.
So when I went back and listened to Cosmic Slop by P Funk, okay, I started to make the connection. I think there's a dark side. I think the charm is that it's eccentric, it's kind of idiosyncratic because he produced
Yeah.
95% of that album
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't really have a lot of Eric Sermon production on it.
Right.
And some of the skits won't make any sense. At least not to me. Like,
Yeah.
um, um, I think Green Island is dope.
Yeah, that was dope.
Uh,
That was a dope song.
Clearly Can't Wait. That's an all-time classic.
Yeah.
Um, we're from New York, with Hurricane G.
That was dope. I like that. That was a good one.
Yeah. So for me, I think there's a dark side um of these albums. I would have There's a Dark Side at 3.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're in. I don't know if they would be like. Well, yeah. If I'm grading greatness,
Right.
There's a Dark Side would be the third tier. So
Mm-hmm.
that leaves it was written in Supreme Clientele.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was written would be the first tier
Right.
because, as you just mentioned, Iron Man, the musical aesthetic of Iron Man and Supreme Clientele isn't that much different.
Right.
Considering that for Ghostface's second album, RZA came back to produce more songs on Ghostface's second album than any members'
Exactly.
second album from
He
Wu
didn't
Tang.
even do that for Raekwon. Raekwon dropped a Mobility in '99. There's no RZA on that.
He didn't do that for meth.
You know what I'm
He
saying?
didn't do that for meth.
Exactly. No. But he did produce on the Cal too. He did. He is on there.
Okay.
He is on there. But he didn't do the whole album because that also had Track Masters and Havoc. Eric Sermon is also produced on that. But it wasn't like Takal. Or Takal, it was all RZA.
Yeah, and I think there's like a sonic continuity on Supreme Clientele
Right.
because even if RZA didn't produce the beat, the beat shares a lot of the sonic quality of RZA's production. Very murky, lo-fi, low fidelity, very how would I describe it? Like this is music that is going to sound very sinister,
Right.
So I think it was written. It showed the most stylistic diversity from the debut to the sophomore album.
Yeah.
Like in '95, like if say we listened to Illmatic for a year and a half,
Mm-hmm.
and we're talking amongst each other. Like, what do you think Nas' second album is going to sound like? I don't think either of us would have said, you know what, I think Nas' second album is going to have a more uh, pop friendly sound to it.
Bro,
Like it was written, is it going to?
it was like we were so stuck on the Illmatic. I never even thought about a second album. I'm like, I didn't ever think what's his second album going to sound like because we were so in love with everything on Illmatic and his wordplay and the production. So it was like I'm like I didn't know what it was gonna sound like. You know what I'm saying? And when I heard it, I loved it. I wasn't disappointed. Like, oh, it's different. It's different from Illmatic, but I didn't look at it like, oh, well, he's going mainstream with this. He got Long Hill on this song, and I didn't think like that. We didn't think like that back then. It was just dope. You know what I
And
mean?
also, in 1995, Nas had several songs where he made guest appearances on.
Right,
Number one, you had Mo Money, Mo Murder, Mo Homicide from Do or Die.
right.
You had Fast Money from Coogee Rap's 456.
Yeah,
What else did you have? Um, I think that was it. I know I'm thinking there was more Nas
yeah.
guest appearances in '95, but I never felt like, man, like Nas is due to put out another album.
Right. Well, I think the transition from Nas to not Escobar, he did those transitions in the features. You know what I mean? So it was
Yes.
like a natural progression. You know, when you hear it, it was written like, okay, this is mafioso rap, but this is what he's become now since Illmatic. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, like, if you look at Michael Jackson made a total 360 from Off the Wall to Thriller. That's two different Michaels. You know what I'm saying?
Do you like when Nas went through his mafioso phase? I think a lot of it, like I may be wrong, but do you think like that was Nas when he was when he was very committed to making the Firm album work? Like him and AZ, their style is pretty much uh the lyrical cousins of mafioso rap,
Right.
like very suave, very sophisticated,
Mm,
very very worldly, and
yeah.
they could talk about street life, but they could talk about it from a place of sophistication and elegance.
Yeah. I mean, I also you look at the time. The times are changing. Like the music and the fashion was changing. Like we went from army fatigues and Tims to, wearing Coogis and wearing Versace, and it was very label heavy. Donna Karan and Tommy Hilfiger. It was the landscape was changing at that time too. I think they just adapted to what was going on in the streets. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's also played a part in his image as becoming, Nas Escobar, and then having the firm establishing that early on before the album. And I think that's what it was. I think it was just a natural progression, and we just all went along with it. Like, yo, like this is what we want to hear. We've been waiting for this, and they putting together a super group with Foxy, and it was supposed to be Cormega, and then we got Nature, and but it was I was ready for it. I was ready to hear this firm album. So
And I'm not in the camp that the Firm album was a letdown.
right, I mean, me neither. I thought it was good, not a classic, but I think it's a good album. It's just it was disappointing on mainly because I don't think they should have split the production with Trackmasters and Dre. I think it should have been you use one and maybe you have the other for a remix or something. You know what I'm saying? To me, I would have used Trackmasters because Trackmasters. If you look at each album, they were on each album. They were on. It was written Il Nana Cormega album. Was it the first one on Def Jam that got shoved or whatever? Nature's album. They did the majority of each album. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Where does Drake come into all that? Because I'm like, other than Drake doing the song on It Was Written, which a lot of people don't even like, he didn't do shit on Foxy Brown's album. He didn't do shit for AZ. He didn't do shit for Cormega. So where does Drake come in? But because it's on Aftermath, you know what I'm saying? So that I still don't understand that. I'm like, okay, you want to work with the rest of them? You could have did that on their other albums. Like, why come in on the Firm project and fuck that shit up?
And I always felt like to sign with Aftermath. I mean, other than name recognition, I think uh, the Firm album would have sold no matter where
Right.
wherever the album was released at. Like if Elektra would have released it, it would have been just as good. You know,
Right.
if Jive Records would have put it out, it would have did just as good.
Right.
I think like with it's amazing. Like I've said this before, but Dre gets credit a lot for mixing. Like he'll mix songs, but he doesn't produce,
Don't produce it, right.
and he'll get like 6-figure checks for it.
Mm-hmm.
But how come he's held to such a high standard, but Preem, RZA, Pete Rock, they're looked at as a tier below him.
No, but we do hold those other producers at a high standard. Especially, I've said this before on here, is Pete Rock and Primo. They're my two favorite producers all time. And I said before, I don't think Primo is making his best shit anymore. I think those days are gone. And I said that about Pete Rock at one point too, but Pete Rock proved me wrong, especially with this Common album. You know what I'm saying?
Auditorium Volume 1.
Yeah, I think that is top 2 best rap album of the year. Top 2. Because I also like Freeway and Jake One Stimulus Package 2. I like Larry June's album. But I think Pete Rock and Common album might be the best rap album of the year. I don't know. I don't see anything else that's touching that. Unless Nas come out with an album with Primo before the end of the year, I think the Auditorium Volume 1 is going to be the best one. You know what I'm saying? So Pete Rock, he proved me wrong. Primo, I love Primo. But when was the last time that you heard a great Primo produced rap album? He hasn't given us that in a long time. Okay, some people will say the Last Gangsta album. Last Gangsta album was okay. I don't think it was great.
Well, you talking about the owners from 03?
Yeah, not the owners. The last one was one of the best yet or whatever.
Oh yeah, you talking about one of the best yet?
Yeah, that was okay. It wasn't a great gangster album though. You know what I'm saying? And you know he's done like singles for people. He did a single for Russ. He did a single for what's his name? Chance the Rapper off his new album. You know, he's done singles for other people. You know what I'm saying? Miguel and all that. But when's the last time that you heard a solid album produced by Premier? It's been years. You know what I'm saying? I want to say the last time that I heard anything great from Primo as far as an album, you got to go back to the Prime joint with him and Royce the 5'9".
Yeah, from 2014.
Yeah, the first one was great. The second one was okay.
Yeah, because the first Prime was it was sourced from Adrian Young's compositions, and there was a ruggedness in the first Prime album that I really loved. Right. Like it was really like that was an album that was strictly MCing. There was nothing that felt formulaic or contrived.
Mm-hmm.
I think the second Prime album, there were some songs where I'll give you an example. I wasn't really crazy about the Flirt song with 2 Chainz.
I didn't like him on there. I'm like 2 Chainz. Oh, y'all reaching now. 2 Chainz.
Yeah,
Mr. Big Booty Hole. Like, come on, like that. I think they were reaching for that.
You know, just because somebody can rap doesn't mean that they need to, you know, be a collaborator.
Yeah.
You know, like I felt the same. Like there's another song on that album. what's that song? Um, damn, it's it's the song with Rhapsody, but
Mm,
I like Rhapsody can rhyme, but for her to play the wife for her to play the wife that is catching her husband creeping around with a mistress and
mm,
like the concept pretty much went nowhere.
right.
Like this wasn't like complexion with her and Kendrick was way better.
Yeah. I don't even remember that song. I gotta go back and hear it. You know what I'm saying? I remember.
Oh, the song is called "Loved One"
Okay. I
from
remember 2
Prime
Chainz.
Two.
When I saw the track list, I'm like, why the fuck is 2 Chainz on here? He don't fit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, no,
Yeah,
they reaching. I'm like, the label
and
fucking.
there was a big push behind that song because
That's
they performed it on Jimmy Fallon.
mhm,
They did a video for it. I'm like,
crazy.
I get it, like you're trying to broaden your audience, but this is not like the audience that's into Prime. They're
Mhm.
not into this.
No,
Like if they want to hear this kind of music, you know, they can go to Drake.
right. I've held, but I've always held artists to a high standard, no matter who it was. You know, when you look at you mentioned RZA is even worse because I don't think he's dropped anything even remotely great since the W. And that was what, over 20 years ago. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? The W to me was like Wu-Tang's last really great album. Iron Flag was okay. It was very mediocre, and he didn't produce everything on there. He had track masters produce that something on there. You know, Inspector Deck had produced something on there. When you get to um Eight Diagrams, I think he did the majority of that album, but it was no real singles off of that album. They did like one joint with Easy Mo B that came out. They wanted a different label. It got no promotion. I might have been the only one that bought it. You know what I'm saying? And it was just there. Like people don't even talk about Eight Diagrams and forget about the last one that came out. It was a Better Tomorrow, whatever. That was trash. But RZA has not given us a great Wu album since the W. You know what I'm
you know
saying?
you know the last Wu album that
Mm,
I felt had some uh that had legs that I felt um it's clearly not up there with their best work, but
mm,
it was better than anything RZA had produced up until then. You
mm.
remember the saga continues, where the
Yes,
first single was "People Say,"
I actually have that. Yeah,
and that
that
was
that
all
was that was
mathematics.
mathematics though.
Yeah, like mathematics produced the
Yeah.
entire thing. I
Yes.
felt mathematics. He interjected a lot of freshness and a lot of newness
Mm-hmm. Right.
into Wu Tang's albums.
I said that.
Like there was a certain uniqueness and freshness that I felt
Mm-hmm.
like I'm not listening to tried and true formulas from RZA's production
Right.
canon. Like people say, like hearing like Redman, and also I hadn't heard Redman spit like that in
Mm-hmm.
years.
Facts. Facts. It was Red and Meth that carried that album for them. They carried that whole album.
Yo, I felt like Redman was like the like the 20th member of Wu Tang.
Yeah. Well, he is. He's an honorary member. You know what I'm saying? But the thing
Yeah,
is, if they release a new Wu album and there's no RZA production, how are the fans gonna take it? Because are they gonna look at it like it's an official new Wu Tang album, even though there's no RZA production, or are they gonna take it like, oh, well, this is a side project with a whole bunch of other producers?
hey, do you know how they're going to look at it?
Mm,
They're going to look at any Wu Tang album without any RZA production, like a Silver Rings
exactly.
album.
Right. That's what.
Remember when Silver Rings produced that what's that album that they only produced one copy of it
Oh,
and they sold it off to Martin Scarelli.
the one with it's like 88 years is gonna be released or some shit.
Yeah,
I don't even know the name of it. Once
Like
upon a
yeah,
time.
you gotta live up. You gotta live to a century to hear it.
Yeah. Who? Like, come on. You know what I mean? So like when you ask when they ask mathematics, he's saying, oh, it's not a Wu Tang album, it's my album, but it's just Wu on every track. So basically, it's a Wu Tang album. You know what I'm saying? And I thought it was good. Like I said, like yo, like mathematics. Fourth, you get Fourth Disciple, you get Bronze Nazareth, True Master. You let all of them create the new Wu Tang album. We don't need RZA at this point, sonically. We can have them just focus on lyrics, like like how Snoop Dogg did with the Dog Pound, where with the Dog Pound, he told Daz, you know what, Daz, you take a backseat on the production. We're gonna let Superfly produce it. I want you to just focus on the lyrics. So you're not gonna produce this album, and then the next Dog Pound album, you'll be back on the boards. And the Dog Pound album is a great album. That's in my top three. I was trying to think of the other one.
We all we got. Yo,
Yes,
that we all we got album is in my top 10 rap albums of 2024.
that album is fire. That was the other album I was thinking of. It was three. I said Pete Rock and Common, Freeway and Jake One, and the Dog Pound album. I love it. I think it's grown gangster rap, and they did it the right way, and it's phenomenal. Butch Cassidy on that, he killed it.
And that's an executive decision
Yeah,
that actually works. Like Snoop giving that directive as an executive producer. Like Daz, you've more than proven your mettle as a producer,
right.
but it will be a weight lifted off of your shoulders where you can just concentrate on just being an MC along with Corrupt.
Exactly.
And then I hadn't heard Daz sound that focused in a long time.
I agree. Yeah, and it worked, and they've released like countless singles, and they went on tour, and I think he said next year they're going on a tour for the 30th anniversary of Dog Food. I hope they come to New York. I would like to see them. And it's great. It really was great to hear them back together. Doing what they do best, and I love it. I think it's a classic album.
Now that Snoop has ownership of Death Row Records, like we got was a great release under Snoop's stewardship.
Yes,
I would love to see Snoop executive produce Lady of Rage's second album.
That has to be next, definitely.
Because if you think about it, like I could tell Lady of Rage doesn't want to ever deal with Dre again, just because she has so. I mean, the way she talks about her experience with Dre, like the amount of years that it took, to record under Dre, and for her to meet Dre's standard of excellence.
Right.
I think Rage wants to be in a creative environment where it's loose, informal, it's not as stringent. Like if she gets in the studio with Preem or Bronze Nazareth, like you mentioned, Apollo Brown, like producers that can really accentuate her incredible performance style, like even her ad libs, like when she goes like like when she does that, she further distinguishes herself from all of her peers and MCs that came after her. As far as I'm concerned, she's the greatest female rapper I've ever heard.
That's hot take. I would definitely. I remember a couple years ago before she got sick that Primo had said that they were planning on doing a whole album together, and I don't know if it's still going to happen. I know she had like some health issues or whatever. She was in the hospital, but she sounded great on that Primo track at the end of the Dog Pound album. That sounded
Yeah, who
like
the
that was
hardest?
yeah. That I'm like that's vintage Rage right there, and RBX sounded great too.
Like part of me wishes that Rage had went last
Yeah.
because like after hearing Rage's verse,
Mhm.
even as dope as Kara's verse was, it wasn't as good as Rage's was.
Right.
I would like if I could rearrange the order of them C's that appeared on it, I would have like RBX go first,
Uh-huh.
then I would have Gas go next,
Mhm.
then Corrupt, then Snoop, then Rage.
Right.
Because to me, it's like even vote like if you just grading who had the best verse or whose verse made the song,
Yeah.
I can say this with all certainty. It's not going to be RBX.
Right.
And this isn't RBX is dope. He's one of the most original MCs ever. But I'm just talking about that particular verse.
Well, I mean, I see what they did where they had Lady of Rage start off like strong first, and then they had Snoop close it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I thought the order was good, but I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, you would rather have RBX first,
yeah, like as a build up.
right? I feel you.
It's kind of like it's kind of like the roller coaster.
Hmm.
Like when Rage, like Rage going first is like
Yeah,
her at the top
right.
of the roller coaster, and then every other MC is kind of like the roller coaster going backwards.
Gotcha.
Back to the original starting point.
Right. Yeah, I thought it, and they saved the best for last. They saved like that's the way to end off that album, like with the Primo joint. Like to have Primo on the Dope album, that's crazy. Like, and it was great too. I love the video as well, and like Snoop really looked out for them. He did it the right way. That's the way it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
If you're gonna start Death Row again, do it the right way this time. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's a classic album. I would hope they get nominated for a Grammy. I know it's probably not gonna happen, but if the Grammys are smart, nominate the Dog Pound. They deserve it.
yeah. I'm not holding my breath for the Grammys to nominate We All We Got.
Mhm.
Even with more voices that champion hip hop on the Grammy nominating committee,
Mhm.
I think um, what the Grammy committee considers the best of rap music is not going to be the MCs that are from the Dog Pound,
Right.
Crooked Eye,
Mhm.
Common, Master Ace um, uh, side of things. To me, if like the albums that I would love to see, get nominated for Rap Album of the Year would be the Auditorium Volume One,
Yes.
We All We Got by the Dog Pound, Richmond Hill by Master Ace,
Oh
um,
yeah, that's good too.
and another album. This is my favorite album before Auditorium Volume One, and I've been listening to it religiously.
Mhm.
No Atheist in the Foxhole by Locksmith.
I didn't hear that one. Is it good?
Oh, absolutely, man! Like I love that album
Mhm.
because uh, it addressed so many things that's happening in the world a uh, from a critical thinker's
Yeah.
point of view.
Yeah.
Like the way that he talks about like a lot of broad issues like religion and race relations and
Mhm.
government.
Right.
He talks about it from a very practical lens and not from a um, not from a point of view that causes hysteria. Like what you will see on a lot of political news coverage.
Right.
Like he talks about these things in a way that it can be applied to every human being. Like when you, for example, when you um, go to the pharmacy
Right.
and you get checked out and you get prescribed medicine, who you go to get your medicine from, the person that prescribes the medicine, these, drug companies, they got lobbyists
Right.
that have a lot of backdoor deals with the U.S. government, to keep, uh, these drugs um, moving within a certain segment of society. And a lot of those things you kind of take for granted. So it makes you think about what role, do uh, the practical things that we take for granted. How many of those decisions are motivated by greed? How
Thanks.
many of these decisions are motivated by genuine concerns for wellness? So I listened to that album for a long time just because I just appreciated emceeing that didn't involve silly punchlines and nonsense about gossip.
Definitely. I definitely hear you on that. I got to check it out. So I haven't heard that. There's been like so much albums that I've heard so far, and then there's still albums that I haven't heard yet. So I got like a whole list of albums to listen to before the end of the year. So I definitely got to add that to the list. You
Yeah,
know, how are we feeling about LL's new album coming out on Friday?
I've been very careful not to listen to too many singles
Right.
because like LL, he's been releasing several singles ahead of the album, and
Yeah.
I did listen to. I heard the first two singles, which was the joint with Rick Ross and Fat Joe.
Right.
I really didn't care too much for that. I loved the Passion joint.
Yeah, that one is
Like,
facts.
I really love what Q-Tip did with the production.
Yeah.
Then the third one with Saweetie, I wasn't even I didn't even bother to listen to it. I listened to it in the order of the album, and then of course, um, the single that was released called Murdergram Deuce with Eminem.
Right.
I chose not to listen to that song because number one, I've been blocking out any kind of mentions of Eminem, Murdergram Deuce because once you start seeing, people, you know, uh, praise this song to high heavens,
Yeah.
number one, it just takes some of the air out of listening to the song for enjoyment
Right.
because now I'm listening to the song to hear were they really just bullshitting
Right.
like I want to listen to this. I want to listen to the album without any kind of prejudice, without any preconceived notions.
Yeah.
I think LA has done a great job in promoting the album and keeping the anticipation going
Mm-hmm.
because I listened to Rakim's album. I I appreciate Rakim putting out new music, but it was way too many features for my liking. Like I felt like Rakim is better. I mean, he's above having to rely on features.
Yeah.
So of the veterans between Rakim and LL, I I believe I'll like LL's album more. Um, I
I
think
don't
there's
know.
going to be a bit. I believe there's going to be a video for Murder Grand Deuce, and on one hand, I'm happy
Oh,
that I'm happy that LL will have a video that would be very high profile, but
mm,
on the other hand, man, the stands are going to they're going to talk about this song to death on
yeah,
social media,
yeah.
and it's going to it's not going to make me not like Murder Grand Deuce, but it's going to make me want to avoid social media.
But
For
why did we need a sequel for that song? Why that song? You know what I'm saying? Because that
yeah.
song is from the iconic "Mama Said Knock You Out." Why did we need a sequel for that? And then you got Eminem on there, who is not the same Eminem from the Slim Shady era, Marshall Mathers LP era. Like this is a different Eminem that we have now. You know, since he
I,
still got bars, but musically his headspace is not in the same place like it used to be.
I think a lot of it is due to Eminem's instigation. Like Eminem, he's always made it known that he's a LL Cool J stan.
Mm-hmm.
Mama Said Knock You Out is one of his favorite albums of all
Yeah,
time,
that's
and
one of mine too. Top 10 all time.
yeah, so maybe I think either LL or M, said to the other, you know what? Why don't we make a song together? Make a song together where
Mm-hmm.
we're kind of going back and forth and we're trading verses,
Right,
and for M he can honor his hero, and LL he can do something with not so much of a peer, but one of his uh, one of his lyrical students that has passed with flying colors
right.
for all of his career.
I mean,
But I
mhm.
do agree that uh, I would love to know what went into deciding that Murdergram needs to be done as a sequel.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, why? I mean, I could have thought of some other songs that you could have did a sequel for. Why that one? You
Hmm.
I heard the song. It's okay. I don't like the beat for it though. It just sounds too zany and out there for him. Even that's more fitted to Eminem, not LL. You know what I'm saying? And I guess LL is trying new things with this. I think it's I don't want to see him do that. You know what I'm saying? At this point, because he to me he hasn't released nothing good since the GOAT. That was like over 25 years ago. I don't want to hear LL now trying to experiment with his sound and try to do shit that he normally wouldn't do. You know what I'm saying?
Is this an example of Eminem bringing LL into his world?
Mhm.
Because I haven't heard it yet. Is the song like Eminem bringing LL into
The
Eminem's
song,
world?
song, it's more for Eminem. It's more like it's real crazy. It's more zany. I'm gonna say it's more out there. It's more something that when you hear it, it's more Eminem. Like it's something that Eminem could have did for his new album for Death of Slim Shady. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So I'm thinking I'm like maybe LL is trying to try new things and this is Eminem. Eminem could run on anything. I'm just saying I don't like the beat. It don't even sound like something Q-Tip would have did. You know what I'm saying? And I'm hoping when I hear this album, it sounds like shit that Q-Tip would do, and he didn't try to get too esoteric with it and start thinking, "Oh, this is my album. Let me give L shit that I would normally rhyme on." I don't want to hear that Q-Tip because Q-Tip can get very eccentric with his shit. You know what I'm saying? Just give me a solid LL album because he ain't dropped nothing solid since Goat. Not all that other shit that he did. Definition was garbage. 10, all that other shit, and he had big smashes off of those albums, but I didn't like none of those albums. Give me just a solid album. That's all I want. A solid LL album in 2024. It can be done because you see what Nas did with Hit Boy. You know what I'm saying? You see what Common and Pete Rock has done, and I don't know, people sitting on the Rakim thing. I thought the Rakim album was fire, and he did all the production himself. He didn't run to your favorite producer and get beats from them. He did it all by himself. I thought it was dope. You know what I'm saying? You saw what the Dog Pound is done. It can be done. I wanted a solid album from LL in 2024. I don't want to hear nothing too out there and eccentric. And I'm hearing it like, what the fuck is LL rhyming on? You know what I mean? So the Sweetie collab was cool. I mean, it's Sweetie. It's a love song. I expect love songs from L. That's what he gives us. That was cool. The Passion joint, I like that. Rick Ross, Fat Joe. I want to hear the whole album before, because I see people already getting crazy with it. Like, oh, he's back. I want to hear the whole album. Okay, we came from an era of albums, not streaming singles, not one-offs. Okay, I came from an album era. I grew up listening to full projects. I want to hear the full album first before I say LL is officially back. And all I heard was 3 songs, and I only like 2 of them. That Murdergram shit, I didn't like the beat for that. You know what I'm saying? This will be the time for Q-Tip and Ali to reunite and do a Uma remix, because I'm not feeling that beat. That beat is more for Eminem. And I don't know why you would pick a album cut from Mama Said Knock You Out and do a sequel for. Not for that song.
I,
You know what I'm saying?
but with like Eminem's modus operandi, whenever he does collaborations with other MCs,
Mhm.
is that he will mix the entire song over. So he'll add his own production, certain musical flourishes during the mixing of his vocals
Right.
with on top of a song.
Mhm.
So you're probably hearing Eminem add certain production touches on top of what Q-Tip did.
And that's
So
even
when
worse.
Q-Tip got the track, Q-Tip, he pretty much had to work with what he was given back.
That's even worse because Eminem has never been a great super producer. Like, he was okay at times, but he's not a great producer either. You know what I'm saying? But if that's what he did, you need to let Q-Tip just don't fuck with the beat. Like, let Q-Tip do what he do, because he's a great producer. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that we know how Q-Tip is. Like, he's very different with everything that he does, not just rhyming, but his beats also, his beat selections and shit is very different. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want Q-Tip to get too crazy with it and start thinking this is a tribe project. This is for LL. This is a legend that you never worked with. First time ever. Don't fuck it up. Because if the
Mhm.
album is bad, they're not only gonna be blaming LL, they're gonna be blaming Tip also. Like, yo, what kind of beats did you give LL? Like you could have went in your vault and take out some of that Uma production that you're not using, because this man plans like 6 albums and he never drop. You could have used those beats for LL's album. You know what I'm saying? And that's
Yeah.
how I'm looking at it. Like we gotta hold these artists to a higher standard. LL Cool J is a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee. He's a Rock and Roll Famer now. I'm holding him to a higher standard now. Okay, and Q-Tip as well. If this album was whack, I'm going to say the album was whack, like I have done for the last 25 years for the each LL album. You know what I'm saying?
And,
I'm not going to sugarcoat it because of who's on it. And I love Tribe. I grew up with them. Native Tongues, all that. Love it. Q-Tip, one of my favorites. But if the beats on here is garbage, I'm going to say this album is trash. Simple as that.
and
And I know there's gonna be platforms that's gonna dick ride them and for likes and views and be like, oh, I think it's great. No, I ain't doing that. We don't do that on here. Sorry. I don't
yeah,
do
I was going to say there's going to be,
mm,
it's hard for some people to disassociate LL being an icon
Right.
and judging the work of his latest release with critical ears.
And that's the
Like, like,
problem. That
well,
is the
like,
problem because people they so connected. We all connected to these artists. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But you can't if you're gonna have a platform and you're gonna discuss these albums, you got to be honest and tell people how you feel honestly about the project. Don't say it's a classic. Meanwhile, you only played it one time. You know what I'm saying? Then it's not a classic. You know what I'm
and
saying?
also,
It's like
mhm.
this is the problem with this era. It's like people are so quick to label shit a classic. Meanwhile, they not listening to that album, but once or twice, and then they put it away. It's off to the next one.
And if an album is truly a classic, that means you should be able to tour behind this album
Exactly.
for years.
He did the tour last year. He had the Force tour with the Roots and all that.
He didn't do that for. I'm sure he didn't do anything from 10, nothing from
I hope he didn't.
uh,
I've never seen L in concert ever in 30 something years since I've been going to tours. I've never seen him. I would like to see him one day, but I don't want him to do songs from those albums because those albums were bad. Now if if you do like the smash hits like Paradise and Love You Better and Headsprung, I like Headsprung. I don't like that album though. That album was trash. You know what I'm
mhm.
saying? And this is coming from Timbaland, and Timbaland is regarded as one of the best R&B hip hop producers all time. He gave him some trashy ass beats. Memphis Bleek even said that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Yeah.
the same type of shit that Timbaland gave Jay on Blueprint 3 is what he gave LL on Definition. It was garbage because he was saving all the good shit for his own albums and for Justin Timberlake. You know what I'm saying? So
And when he,
like don't do it then. If you're not gonna give LL a legend great beats and you're gonna keep the great beats for yourself and for Missy and Justin, then don't do the damn project. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I feel
yes,
about this album. If this album is garbage, I'm gonna look at it like yo, like Tip, you had no business doing this album then. You know what I'm saying? And before he even worked with Tip, supposedly he was doing stuff with Dre and it wasn't coming out right. If you can't do an album with Dre and you got to switch producers, then something is wrong.
I mean, or does that really, or does that reflect badly on Drake? Because remember, Rakim was signed to Aftermath,
I
and
know.
Rakim and Drake had creative
Yes.
differences.
But what? Why is it that Dr. Dre came out with an album with Marsha Ambrosius? It's called Casablanca. It's phenomenal. Okay, so if he can do an album with Marsha Ambrosius, but he can't do an album with LL Cool J.
I mean, the difference is Marsha Ambrosia is an R&B singer.
Yeah, but she's her own artist. She's a songwriter. She's giving hits to Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? You know
Yeah.
he's done stuff with Anderson Paak, who's his own artist. You can't do nothing with LL Cool J or Rakim. Supposedly the rumor was Rakim couldn't make hooks. He's not that type of artist anyway to do hooks. That's not his thing.
But also, like, I always got the impression that if Dre doesn't have the corporate blessing of Jamie Iovine, to greenlight the album coming out, then Dre is just going to shelve it.
But that's the issue. He shelved everything. It seemed like since Detox, like we haven't gotten Detox. So he supposedly he did a EP with Dipset that's in the vault. Still waiting for that. We know he did shit with Nas because when King's Disease Part 1 came out, there's footage of Nas in the studio with Dre doing shit. So we know he got shit with Nas in the vault somewhere, right?
Yeah.
You still got the unreleased stuff from Bishop Lamont that's never been released. You know what I'm saying? The Ice
I mean,
Cube album,
he has stuff in the vault with Joel Ortiz.
right? The stuff with Ice Cube, the unreleased Helter Skelter album, that's in the vault. You know, he has a ton of unreleased stuff. Put this shit out actually that people want to hear. You know what I'm saying?
but there's something that prompts Dre from shelving it. There has to be
He's
a
a
reason.
perfectionist. He's a
And,
perfectionist.
and, and seeing with P Rock, for example, look at P Rock. P Rock, he's produced entire albums for Smith and Wesson,
Yep.
Smoke DZA,
Yep.
Sky Zoo, and
Hmm.
now Common.
Yep.
That was from 2011 to 2014.
Hmm.
That's 13 years.
He got an
In
album.
that time, what
He got
has
an
Dre
album
done?
too.
Now, in that time, what has Dre done?
He's been he's been doing beats, doing a bit, and shooting
I
on his
mean,
record.
I mean, like any Joe Schmo in his room can do beats, but like if you're not releasing those beats,
No,
it's
no.
like,
I mean, he's been doing like literally the headphones. I mean, that's what he's been doing.
oh, okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's he's been a billionaire promoting his headphone company and cheating on his wife. That's what he's been doing. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it a buck. That's what he
Shots
was doing.
fired.
That's what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? But LL is saying, I saw this in an interview that he did 30 songs. That's 3 albums right there, 10 songs apiece. So you can't do a one album with Drake to come out that you have to switch producers and get Q-Tip. What's the
But,
issue?
but out of those 30 songs, how many of them were actually good?
I don't know. It's 30 songs. It can't all be bad. 30 songs with Drake? You mean all to tell me all 30 songs were crap? I don't believe that. I don't believe.
I,
I
I,
refuse to believe that.
well, I do believe that there's at least some songs that were not good because cause look like Dre's even the beats that Dre has officially released, a lot of them are hit and miss, mostly on Eminem albums. Now,
Well, I mean,
from those songs, how many of those songs do you actually like that Dre produced for
to
Eminem
me,
that were
to me,
released?
the best to me when Eminem was in his bag from '99 to let's say like '02. When was Eminem show like '02, '03? Drake had bangers on those albums, and even after that, even on Relapse, he did production on it. I thought Relapse was a phenomenal album. You know what I'm saying? Some people like it, some people don't. I thought Recovery was great too. You know what I'm saying? There's no production from Dre on Recovery, but Recovery to me was one of M's most personal albums. That's like coming off of, the Death of Proof or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I love the production that Dre gave Eminem on those albums. The problem was Eminem stopped fucking with Dre and he started doing his own shit on those latter albums like Kamikaze and Revival. Them albums are garbage. That's his worst. That's some of his worst albums ever. You know what I'm saying? So that's some of his worst shit ever. Even now, like when he like the new album was listenable and Dre produced some stuff on it, but it's not his best stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because it
I
was
mean, but like the best song to me from the Death of Slim Shady was Lucifer,
yeah,
and
Lucifer was dope.
Dre produced
Yeah,
that song.
that was dope. I like it. I like the album. It's listenable compared to a decade worth of garbage he was dropping. This album is listenable. Like so, officially, I would say Eminem is back. Well, at least I don't know what he's gonna do after this. I don't know if he's hanging it up for good or if it's gonna be like some new shit he's doing. But I like the new album. It's because I haven't listened to Eminem since Marshall Mathers OP2, and that wasn't a great sequel album either. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that we needed a sequel to that album, but you know, you're LL Cool J. You could do a whole album with Timbaland, and it's all garbage, but you can't put out a 10 track album with Dr. Dre. I find that hard to believe. I refuse to believe if this album come out and it's no good. I want to hear those 30 tracks that LL did with Drake. It's no way in hell you mean to tell me those were worse than the beats that Q-Tip gave him. I'm curious to hear what he did with Drake.
I I think Dre's uh I think, but a lot of the stuff that Dre shows, I think a lot of it, I think, man, I don't know, man. Like I think Dre is a great producer, but to me, something tells me, man, that of all of, you record 30 songs with Dre. Dre must feel like those songs aren't up to snuff if he
Look,
won't even
in look in the interview he
if he
said
won't even allow like 3 or 4 of those songs to be
in,
heard.
in the interview he said when he did the 30 tracks with Dre that they wasn't meshing or some shit or it wasn't there. Well, I don't know what the hell that means. He said it was something missing. So I don't know what that means. He didn't go into detail. That could mean maybe they wasn't gelling in the studio. We heard about that with Rakim and Dre that they wasn't gelling in the studio. They were their work ethic is different in the studio. I heard that about Rakim and Dre. And this is Rakim is considered, best all time arguably. You know what I'm saying?
Now, the the guy that people call the Quincy Jones of hip hop, if he can't creatively gel with Rakim and LL, maybe we need to question the moniker Quincy Jones of hip hop. Because
Well,
one thing we know about Quincy Jones is that he had no problem
yeah,
collaborating
but it,
with
but he,
artists of
but,
different genres.
you forget, but he's worked with Nas. He did shit with Nas on more than one occasion. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, but that's like a small sample size. Like, okay, Nas is coming, the beats that Dre produced on the Firm.
Right. And he did. He had the collab. Was it on the Aftermath compilation? He's an East Coast West Coast killer. Nas is on that joint.
Yeah, with Cypress Hill,
Right.
KRS One.
Right.
Uh,
And he's done shit with Nas more than one time. So he have a great repertoire with Nas. You mean to tell me you can't put out a 10-track album with LL? You know what I'm saying? 30 songs. That's like even if you got
wait.
30 songs and 20 of them is whack, you still got 10 more.
Dre did do a song with LL called
Yeah,
Zoom.
right.
I believe it's on the Bulwark soundtrack.
Yeah, but that was originally that was Snoop Dogg's song. There's a version with Snoop. That's the Snoop version is unreleased. It was Snoop and Dre, and for whatever reason, it went to LL. LL has his own version that was from I don't even know the movie it was from.
I think it's Bullsworth.
Yeah, I didn't like that movie with the one with Warren Beatty. I didn't like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That was the one with Ghetto Superstar. That was on that soundtrack also.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But even if you do 30 songs and 20 of them is garbage, you still got 10 more. You can't put out a 10-track album with Drake that you have to change producers and work with Q-Tip. Something is good. Something is wrong. That's why I want to hear though. I want to hear at least 5 or 6 of those tracks from Drake. Because even if it's not an album, you put out an EP, a 5-track EP with LL and Drake. Who's not gonna listen to that? You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So I'm like, that's why I'm like, I'm questioning L more than Dre. I'm like, if you have to switch producers and start over, because he said how he had to learn how to rap again, whatever that means. He had to learn how to rap again. Did you forget how to do songs too? You know what I'm saying?
I'm actually the opposite. To me, it's more of an indictment on Dre because when Rakim was recording "Oh My God," Rakim talked about how Dre wanted him to, rap about things that were typical for, say, Snoop or 50 Cent to rap about. Like Rakim, he is a 5%er. He raps about the upliftment of black people.
Mm-hmm.
He's very, he's about knowledge of self. He's about, um, uh, self building and being better for your community.
Right.
If Dre wanted Rakim to rhyme more about cars and gangster stuff, knowing that that's not what Rakim is on, to me, that tells me that Dre isn't trying to produce Rakim as much as he wants to fit. He wants Rakim to uh, uh, be something that he is not. It's like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole.
Right.
Now, in the case of LL, I think LL is way more pliable. I think he would be willing to do that. But given Dre's recent history with releasing uh, production, releasing records with his production on rap albums, not Eminem, is spotty.
I just at this
I mean,
point,
and Anderson .Paak and Marsha Ambrosius is one thing because they're R&B singers, but when it comes to rappers, his his recent history is very spotty with rappers.
that's true. That is true. I mean, because he's done stuff with Mary J. and like yeah, that's another thing. He's supposed to do a whole album with Mary. We ain't get it yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Um, at this point, I'm not expecting nothing classic. I just want quality. I don't at this point for the hip hop heads. I don't think we should be expecting anything classic. We should just expect quality rap in 2024 from some of our favorite artists like Nas and Common and Pete Rock or Rakim, the Dog Pound. So at this point, I'm not expecting a classic from LL because he's already given us that. But I do want to hear quality music from L in 2024, and I think it's possible if it's done right. And we know how LL is, and I don't want nothing too crazy. Like don't we don't need another pink cookies in a plastic bag. Don't need that. We're past that.
we
You know what I'm
don't need
saying?
another phenomenon.
Yeah, we don't need that. Definitely not. That was garbage. Definitely don't need that. But if you can give us a 14, 15 track album with Q-Tip on the beats and it's solid, that's all the heads want. That's all we're asking for. Something that I can play brand new from LL because when I play LL, I got to go back to the old shit. I got to go back to Mama Said Knock You Out and Radio, 14 Shots to the Dome. Not nothing of recent years because I didn't like nothing that he dropped in recent years.
Even Mr. Smith from '95.
Mr. Smith that's his last classic to me. To me, that's a classic album. That's his last classic, which was in '95. That's like 29 years ago. We're gonna be
Yeah.
celebrating the 30th anniversary next year for that album. So you know what I mean? That's how long it's been since he dropped a classic album. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just hoping that at this point it's just something that I can play. It's something that's listenable. Like the Eminem album was listenable. You know what I'm saying? There's some joints that I like on there. He still had some bullshit on there. But I wasn't going into listening to Death of Slim Shady like, oh, this is gonna be a classic Eminem album because I already felt like he's already past his prime. But
I
it
mean,
can
that brand new dance song is garbage to me.
you didn't like that one? I actually like that one. It's catchy.
To me, like Eminem, his greatness. Part of his greatness is being wacky,
Yeah.
being very idiosyncratic, and just being very zany and maniacal.
Right.
I thought like brand new dance. I To me, I felt like only Pee Wee Herman can get with this.
Oh my lord. Damn, yo. And y'all say that I'm cruel. I'm the one that's cruel. I'm like, I actually like it because it you know what it is too? I think that song was meant for Encore. And it was a holdover, and he decided to put it on this album. So that's why it sounds zany like that because Encore was a zany fucking album. He was on drugs on that album. He was doing shit that shouldn't have been on that album, like Yellow Brick Road and Ass Like That. I don't like none of those songs.
Well, I know Benzino don't like Yellow Brick Road.
Yeah. It was just that album was all over the place. It should have never been released. I think he even came out and said something like that. Like he wished he had more time to work on the album because when he looked back at it, he didn't like the album himself. And I don't blame you, M, because the album was trash. There's only about like eight songs that I like on that whole album.
I do like Never Enough with 50 Cent and Nate
That was
Dogg.
good. I like that. I like that. Like I said, he had some dress I like. Evil Deeds. I like that. And Never Enough. Mosh. I like that. Toy Soldier. I like that.
I did like the title track Encore
Oh yeah,
with
Encore
Dre and
was
50
yeah.
Cent.
Yeah. That was the one with 50 Cent. 50 Cent was on that one, I think.
Yeah, they got a lot of radio airplay. I
Yeah.
remember that.
Yeah. But the rest of the album was garbage. I'm like, yo, this album is trash. And that was the first chink in the armor. And then when we get to way down the line, when we get to after recovery and relapse, and we got to Eminem, Marshall Mathers LP2 and all that, I'm like, nah, this ain't it. You know what I'm saying? And it took him at least a decade for him to get back to Slim Shady era and give us the new album that he gave us. And like I said, it's listenable, but there's still some garbage on there that I didn't like, but I do like some songs on there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I like that's all I'm hoping. But I think going in when it comes to legends that we grew up on, that's the mindset people gotta have. Like, don't go like what like for the movies too, because last year when they announced that they were doing a new Exorcist, right? I went to see that with my homeboy. Exorcist believer. Everybody that grew up on Exorcist, they went into to the movie theater to see, expecting a classic, and then when they got disappointed, they started shitting on that movie. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, what made you think it was going to be a classic? That whole franchise is garbage after part one. All the sequels, the prequels they did was all trash, except for part two. Part two was actually good. It has like a cult following. But when I went to see Believer, I didn't go into see saying it like, oh, this is going to be a classic Exorcist movie, because I knew it wasn't going to be a classic. And that's the mindset people got to have. Like, yo, like our favorite legends at this point, you don't go into the album thinking it's going to be a classic. Just enjoy the music. Hope it's a quality album that you can play over and over, and you let Tom do the rest. And in 10 years from now, if we're still talking about, Common and Pete Rock, or, LL's album, then we could have that discussion like, oh yeah, this is a classic album. Not when it just come out and you say, oh, this album is not what I expected. It's not a classic. You have your own self to blame for that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I just want a quality album from L. I'm not expecting no classic. Just a quality grown rap album. That's it. And if he delivers on that, great. That'll be on my list, for the end of the year. If it's not good, then I'm gonna say this ain't it, L. I did not like it. And I'm hoping I don't have to say that.
To me, it can't. To me, a classic in 2024. And in order for this fourth album to be a classic, it has to be top 5 best rap album of 2024.
Yeah.
Like, you can't have a classic album if it's not among the best of the best.
I agree. And like we mentioned before, like, who's beating Common and Pete Rock right now?
Nobody.
You know what I'm saying? Freeway and Jake One. I thought that I think that one is better than the first one. I think the production was great. The features on there. Dog Pound album was phenomenal. Clearly their best album since Dog Food. You know what I'm saying? There's other albums that are good. Mark Hamill had a good album this year. I enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? But to be top 5 or top 10 of 2024, it got to be damn near flawless. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see.
And another thing about LL, I think the symbiotic relationship between DJ, producer, and the MC. Like P Rock and Common, they've already set the standard.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I'm gonna be looking at Q-Tip and LL and judging the the seamless transitions from song to song,
Mm-hmm.
and hearing how well or how bad they go from song to song,
Right.
because like the singles, they've been well strategized, like giving them out
Yeah.
just to tease the public.
Mm-hmm.
But if these songs are flanked by bad songs that is going to have me jumping from track to track looking for another song to cleanse my ear palette for, then
Yeah.
I'm gonna just, I would just have to say, LL, this is not good. You could have, the execution could have been way better.
Yeah.
And I think that's all you can ask for, because no one is going to say that LL can't rap,
Right.
even though he said he had to relearn how
Yeah.
to rap.
Yeah.
Like the talent would never be questioned, but it's the choices uh, in song concepts, collaborators, that's going to be the judge and jury, for how this album will be remembered.
I agree. And I think Nas really got the ball rolling and showing, other legendary artists that yes, you can put out quality rap in this day and age. You don't have to stop doing it because Father Time said so, or because somebody said, oh well, you're too old to do music, because this never goes on in country music. It don't go on in rock and roll. It don't go on in R&B. Look at rock and roll. Rolling Stones put out an album last year, and they on tour. How old are they now? They're
Mm-hmm.
like great grandfathers. Nobody ever says to Rolling Stones, "Oh, Mick, hang it up. Y'all are old. Y'all can't do it no more." They still out selling arenas. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? So why is it when it comes to this genre, it's frowned upon when it comes to age? Oh, I don't want to hear a Nas album at 50. Nas put out the best shit at 50 years old, and he got the ball rolling for everybody else to do the same. Yes, Rakim, you could put out new music and people will love it. You know what I'm saying? Common and Pete Rock, Dog Pound. You know what I'm saying? LL, like, and I hope it continues that to show other, genres that yes, we can still put out great music and without ageism coming into play. You know what I'm saying?
Agreed.
Run DMC. I would love to hear a new album from them. Why not? Come out. They still got it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think they should limit.
Without Jam Master Jay.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, he's gone. He's gone forever, unfortunately. But they can still come out, and people can still check out their music. You know what I'm saying? We know their legacy. They're Hall of Famers. They can still come out. They don't have to feel like, oh, they can't come out no more because they lost a DJ. Beastie Boys lost a member. They can still drop music if they want. De La Soul's dropping new music, and they lost a member. Who is not going to check out a new De La Soul album if they drop right now? You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
I think that whole Nas already proved that ageism don't matter when it comes to rap anymore. Because he went on a 6 album run with Hit Boy, was phenomenal. Is the greatest thing ever. We might never see that again. You know what I'm saying? So it can be done. You know, and I love it. I love what I'm hearing. You know, there's been a lot of great albums that came out this year, and I hope for the remainder of the year we get more great albums. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking forward to it. You know,
I'm yeah, I'm with you. And, we got what, 3 more months?
yeah,
Like I'm definitely on the edge of my seat to see who's going to drop an album in the fourth quarter, who's going to try to make a play for challenging Auditorium Volume 1 for Best Rap Album of
Yeah,
2024.
yeah. It makes for great discussions like this. Like who you thought had the best album of the year.
Hmm.
You know, it might not be Common and Pete Rock with some people. You know, if Nas drops an album with Primo like in November, December, that changes the whole conversation. Especially if it's good.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That might be the album of the year right there, just like that. You know?
And it's
So
definitely going to put a lot of, uh, it's just going to make the spirit of competition between Common and Pete Rock and,
yeah.
you know, Nas and Preem
Mm-hmm.
even more heightened, if they put out, you know, another album between them. Like, let's say if the Nas and Primo album
Mm-hmm.
is just as good as Auditorium Volume 1, the
Right.
Common and Pete Rock, they'll come back with another release,
Mm-hmm.
and
Volume
then
two.
Nas and Pete Rock will, try to follow up with something
Yeah.
to match it.
And I already know you got Smith and Wesson got a new album coming out. It's called Infinity. I definitely want to hear that because I love the all. I love the album they did with Pete Rock, Monumental.
Monumental.
That was great. You know what I'm saying? So I'm definitely want to hear that new Smith and Wesson album. You got Curious George is coming out with a new album. I think it's on MF Doom's label, if I'm not mistaken. And
Nice.
it's like a dedication to Doom because Doom was his friend. I want to hear that. So we got some albums coming out. You know what I'm saying? And I think hopefully it's more good albums to add to the list. So we could come back and have this discussion that in December.
Absolutely.
You know. So you want to wait to do our Super Bowl picks for another live stream?
Uh, yeah, why not?
Okay, cool. This is our predictions. And like I said, I'm not expecting nothing from my Giants this year. I don't know. Maybe they'll surprise me. Maybe they could actually win games with Daniel Jones. We'll see. I can't wait for tomorrow. We got the Chiefs and Ravens NFL kickoff game for the season. That's gonna be a great game. You know, I'm gonna definitely. I know you're gonna be checking out your Lions and what they do against the Rams on Sunday.
Yes, sir. You know it.
That's gonna be a must see game to watch. You know,
And
Friday.
I know Pete Rock is also a Giants fan.
Yes, he is. Yep. Friday you got the Packers and Eagles. They doing
That
their
that's
Friday.
that. Man, the fact that it's on Peacock,
Yeah.
it is really. I mean, I get it. It's a money play.
Mm-hmm.
It's a way for the NFL to squeeze more money from the NFL
Yeah.
loving public. But man, like I'm just glad uh that my team, I can see my team on network TV.
Oh yeah. Definitely. They deserve it too. So they come a long way. I know they're like the favorites now, and I think they're gonna have a great season, and especially in that division with them and the Packers and the Bears, it's gonna be interesting to see what
Man,
happens.
I've been watching the Lions since Wayne Fonts. When Wayne
Hmm.
Fonts was the coach,
Yeah.
I've been here for the Bobby Ross years,
Oh
for
man.
the Matt Millen years, for the Joey Harrington years, for the uh, for only 16 years.
Hmm. You're a loyal fan. That's like how it was for us Knicks. You had to go through the Scott Layden years and the years with Phil Jackson, and he didn't know what the fuck he was doing with that team.
Hmm.
And the Isaiah Thomas years when he was too busy chasing ass around the garden. You know what I mean? Like we've been through it. Okay, the Knicks fans been through it, and we finally at a point where we got a team now that we can contend with Boston and with Milwaukee and Philly. And I can't wait for the new season to come up. So I definitely understand what you was going through with your Lions.
And if the Lions win the Super Bowl, man, like I don't know, like I may take off for 3 months, man, and just and pretty much party and celebrate
Yeah,
all summer long, man.
right. Y'all deserve it, man. Definitely. You know what I'm saying? If the city can bring a Pistons championship and the Red Wings, why not the Lions? You know?
Exactly.
And shout out to Mike, because Mike is also from Michigan. So shout out to Mike, man.
Nice.
You know what I mean? So you got your brethren right here, your Lions brethren right here. You know?
And like, and I'm also, I mean, of course, like as a Lions fan, I'm also going to be looking at the Packers.
Mhm.
I'm going to be looking at every team in our division, hoping
Right.
they lose. And I know you're going to be rooting for the Cowboys,
I ain't rooting
the
for nobody.
lose.
No, I just want to. I'm looking at my own team, and I'm not happy with what I've seen with the schedule. I told you, only 2 or 3 games I expect for them to win, if that.
Steelers.
You know what I mean? So I'm gonna be watching, but I'm not gonna be happy watching. I'm just gonna be watching. You know, and I'm in fantasy leagues too, so I'm gonna be watching for my players to do good.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, you could pencil. I believe you could pencil in Giants beating the Steelers,
I I don't know. I don't know at this point because
and you
remember
could pencil in the Giants beating the Vikings.
the Vikings. Yes, I mean if they can't beat Sam Darnold, then the season over for us. Then you know what I'm saying. If you can't beat a Sam Darnold led Vikings team, then the season over. So Steelers, I don't know because we don't know what we're gonna get from Russell Wilson or Justin Fields. They might be good. You know what I mean? So I don't know at that point. That's by what week 5, week 6. We'll see by then where they at. You know, but that schedule ain't looking favorable for us. You know what I mean? So I don't know, but I'm excited all the way. Um, before we leave, tell the people where they can find you at and what you got coming up.
But yeah, you can find me at on IG, uh, Instagram /RAKABASH. I really haven't been on Twitter very much, but I'm going to this fall. I'm a organize Twitter space again. I kind of took the entire summer off just
Yeah.
from being on Twitter.
Mhm.
Just I just had to take a break because sometimes, man, like when you're on there every day, man, like it can, like sometimes, man, you may lose yourself.
Yeah, I heard I
During the
heard
week.
I heard Dame and Ray when they did their live stream, they had mentioned you like on Twitter and all that.
Who?
Dame back to the lab and Ray.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, they were like you go hard on Twitter.
Oh, yeah. Like for pretty much, I was like maybe 2 or 3 years. Like, well, I recently be doing the Twitter space thing because it's more
Yeah,
interactive. You get more points of view,
right,
and a lot of the conversation is spirited. That's what I like.
right.
So this fall, I'm a bring that back.
You gotta bring
Um,
that to the gram though, man. I ain't on Twitter.
the only thing is like
Mm.
it's harder to do that on IG.
Oh, is it?
At least in my experience.
Oh man.
I mean, like it's more like with Twit, it's more like an audio like that have like audio chat features that
Right,
make it easier to schedule Twitter Spaces.
man. So you gonna
Like,
make
like
me
you can
create a
schedule in
Twitter account?
advance. You can't do
I
that
gotta
on
create a Twitter
IG,
account to be a part of that.
huh?
I said you're gonna make me create a Twitter account to be a part of that.
No. I'm a look into trying to organize that
I mean,
here.
if you can't make it happen on the gram, then I might just have to make a Twitter account and just join you all over there.
Yeah, I mean at least for the time being. But once I figure out a way where I can shift it to here,
Yeah,
it'll be much more beneficial. Maybe it'll be a little bit more it can broaden the audience because with the way that X is looking,
Mm,
with the owner pretty much showing his you know what, man. Like,
yeah, that's why I want to join.
yeah,
You know, it's crazy,
yeah,
man.
but that's pretty much where I'm at with it right now.
Right.
And uh, and going into the new year, man, like I definitely plan on doing some traveling. So
Yeah.
those are my immediate goals right now.
Dope. Definitely go out and see the world, man. Definitely. You know what I'm saying? Um, Shout out to everybody that came through. Mike, shout out to you, Michigan brethren, Ray, Irene, Sam. You know the usual people. Shout out to you all, man. This was great. I got what I got? I got R&B reps. Follow them on YouTube. We did a album review of Mac Wild's New York a Love Story. It was great. Definitely going to be seeing me more on their platform. Top 5 Vinyl on YouTube. Follow them. I got an episode coming up with them that I recorded in August, so that should be dropping hopefully this month. I don't. They don't. These people don't tell me the dates when they're gonna drop shit, so I just record it and then hopefully it comes out, sooner than later. So shout out to them. Um, I'm gonna be doing something coming up on here with Dabble D, hip hop historian Dabble D. He's into comics. He's into hip hop, and we're gonna be doing like a live stream, just talking about. He has a comic collection. I have a comic collection too. We can talk some Marvel, some DC, some hip hop as well. So and he has a record collection as well. Also, so, follow his channel on YouTube. He has a great vinyl collection. So look out for that. I don't think we're gonna be going live tonight with Reg. We were supposed to, but I started feeling sick again. But I was able to come on here, for like 3 hours and just talk about the NFL season and some hip hop with Raka. So Raka, always thank you, appreciate it, man. Always welcome back.
Much
You know,
love.
yeah. So yeah, follow Mike. Mike, we ain't dealing with no trolls. You know what it is. Follow his channel, Mike's Movie Corner and more. Great content creator. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm gonna definitely do another live stream. Maybe on the weekend or next week. Hopefully I'm not sick or anything. So thank you. I definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, and you just real quick,
Uh-huh.
yeah. Like because the Lions are playing in prime time on Sunday night,
Mhm.
I'm going to have a lot of time looking at other teams play.
Oh Lord.
But you said something I that I thought was a great point. Like just as you're focusing only on your Giants,
Uh-huh.
I'm focusing only on my Lions. Like I'm gonna look at other teams because I love football, but
Mhm.
I'm not sweating any other team.
Mhm.
Like my energies is going into rooting on my Lions and cheering them on, and whatever teams in our division do or not do.
Right.
I don't like I see it, but I just look at it as uh you know other teams just in our way, and I think
Yeah.
you know Giants Giants fans look at it the same way. Like I know the other teams in the NFC East are uh getting major shot, and I'm gonna be honest,
Mhm.
they're better than the Giants, but I just look at it as from somebody that's been looking at losing football for 2 decades,
Mhm.
if not more. Like it's not going to be this way forever.
I know.
Like eventually, the teams at the top in your division is going to have to fall, and the
Right.
Giants are eventually going to get to where they were in
Yeah.
28 in
Yeah.
2008 2012.
Yeah. Who knows? I'm not even like tripping off that because like we've been spoiled off of the Manning era and the two championships he gave us, and it was great. I'm more in like my energy is more into my Knicks and having the Knicks finally get to where they need to go. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So like I know if the Giants don't win, I'm not gonna be like too surprised. But I'm like, well, they're not ready yet to win. You know what I'm saying?
I guess what you're saying like it'll be more rewarding for the Knicks
Right,
to
right,
do something big
right.
this year.
Exactly. Because just coming off of the season we had and seeing how far Jalen Brunson can take this team, and now we're
Hmm.
getting a healthy Julius Randle back. We're getting Mikal Bridges with us. This team, this is gonna be the team to take down Boston. And I know the Celtics fans don't want to hear that, but if there's any team that's gonna take down Boston, it's gonna be New York. And I can't wait. You know what I'm saying? Because it's been a long time coming. I have never been to a Knicks parade ever. The last time they won, I wasn't even born. So I am looking forward to the NBA season and seeing the Knicks kick ass. So with the Giants, I'm gonna watch because I'm a football fan. I love sports. I played sports, but
Yeah,
I'm not gonna be hurt if the Giants don't win. Like I'll be surprised if they have a winning record and they actually win the division. Because no, we don't know who's gonna win the division because it's no team has won the division repeatedly in that division. Not the Eagles, not the Cowboys, not the Commanders, not the Giants. So if the Giants somehow have a winning season and they win the division, that'll be shocking. I'm not
it'll
expecting
be like a bonus.
exactly. It'll be a bonus because like when they went to the playoffs 2 years ago, it was a bonus because nobody expected them to go, and that was a good feeling that they can go on the road and beat Minnesota on their home field. That was good. I'm like, yo, Daniel Jones got potential, but he ain't been healthy, and he ain't had the team around him so that he can show that potential. Can he do it this season? That's what we want to see. Because if he can't, then he gotta go, and we gotta get a quarterback in here. Either they gotta draft a quarterback or they gotta sign somebody. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm looking at it. So, but I'm more focused on my Knicks and where we can go, and it's looking really good. And if everybody can stay healthy, we're going to be there in June. I don't know
For
against you
me,
on the West Coast. Maybe it'll be I don't know who's going to be on who knows that the West is so stacked. It's like you don't know. It could Denver. Is it going to be Phoenix? Is it going to be Dallas again? Golden State? Who is it going to be out of the West? I don't know, but I want my Knicks
see,
there.
feel like for me, just as you're more looking forward to the basketball season, for
Mhm.
your Knicks.
Yeah,
For me, it's nothing. Like for me, I'm more excited for the Lions because the Pistons have been terrible,
right.
and the Pistons we won a championship 20 years ago in '04.
Hmm.
So for me, I saw, I remember, seeing the Pistons win the title against the Lakers in '04. Game 5, Ben Wallace had 18 points, 20 rebounds against Shaq. I went to the parade, one of the happiest sports memories I've ever had.
So
Now, now I just want to experience that with
the Lions.
my
Yeah.
with my Lions. So it's kind of like the
Mhm.
inverse. Like for
Right.
you, you're looking more forward to the basketball season. I'm looking
Mhm.
more forward to the football season.
And you should like you and Mike should because both of y'all are Michigan natives and that's your team and your team is actually picked to be the favorites this year, which I've never seen that. So the Lions got the team. There's no excuses. They can do it, and I'm actually gonna be rooting for them too. Like if they can come out the NFC and they go to Super Bowl, they're gonna be the favorites. I know somebody had picked the Lions against the Chiefs. That could have happened last year, and maybe we'll see
Yep.
it in the next Super Bowl. So that'll be a great matchup. You know what
And
I mean? So
like
mhm.
another reason why I'm rooting for the Knicks it's kind of the reason is if the Knicks get to the NBA finals, every rapper from New York is going to try to make an
Mhm.
anthem
Oh yeah,
for
oh
the
yeah,
Knicks.
oh yeah, for sure. They're gonna be there. They're gonna be at the parade. You're gonna see Fat Joe. You'll see Jay. You'll see Fab. You'll see everybody there.
You'll see Mace,
Mace,
Cam.
everybody. Yeah, everybody will break out their Knicks hats, and it's gonna be phenomenal just to see the whole city, in orange and blue. You know what I'm saying? And we've had parades for the Yankees and the Giants, but even the Rangers in '94, but never the Knicks. So I
Yo,
definitely want to see that.
cause the competition, the competition to make an anthem for the Knicks from rappers
Mm-hmm.
is it's gonna be something we've never seen before.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm sure, like, even I mean, like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just say somebody like Brad Cafe is gonna try and make a anthem for the Knicks.
Red Cafe. That was so
Man,
random.
you ain't heard that name since the George Bush administration.
Wow. Is he alive? That was such a random name. Red Cafe. Wow.
Man, because I was thinking, like, man, like, everybody that's a rapper from New York, even from the creme de la creme, like Jay-Z, to
Mm-hmm.
the
You had Nems
washed
there.
up rappers from the past, like
Mm-hmm.
Red Cafe is going to try to put their bid in to you know try to work with the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
As
Yeah.
far as like PR is concerned.
Yeah, you already had Nems. Nems have the Bing Bong song that was big for them. You had Dipset do a collaboration. I think it was with Kith or one of them, and they put out like some Knicks jerseys and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I'm already starting to see it. I think it's gonna get even more like that if they're close to the finals next season. So what I mean, I'm excited, but I'm excited for the football season too. So what I'm saying? Also Monday Night Football, Jets and Niners. That's going to be a game to watch because the return of Aaron Rodgers from his injury. Hopefully, he can last in the
hmm
game this time and not get taken off on a stretcher like after 4 plays. So,
it's going to be like a redo.
yeah, the remix. We want to actually see you stay on the field this season. You know, for the Jets fans. You know what I'm saying? And I've checked out the Jets games last year because I was interested in seeing what they were going to do. The whole hype with Aaron Rodgers coming there and it didn't happen, but they were fighting for most of the season. Like there's games that they lost, but they were still close in those games. It's just
hmm
that Zach Wilson is just not a great quarterback. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully Aaron Rodgers can stay on the field this season, and if he can, I think they're going to go far. I really do.
Man, it was super heartbreaking seeing the Jets like lose
Mhm.
like to a low score. Like you give up, the defense gives up
Right.
11 points, and the offense can't
Yeah.
can't even
Mhm.
get on the opposite can't even get on the opposite side of the field.
Yeah. Because Zach Wilson was afraid to throw the football down the field for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? So I'm
Yes.
like, I didn't understand that. You know what I mean? And you know, like I said, like if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy and he's on the field, they're gonna go far because their defense is good. Their offense, they have weapons on offense. They got all the weapons that Aaron asked for when he came here. So there's no excuse. And if it don't work, they're gonna get rid of him too. So it won't be Daniel leaving. It'll be Aaron.
Yeah.
Hold the door because I'm leaving also with you. You know what I'm saying? So, but we might see both New York teams next season with different quarterbacks, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. But Monday Night Football, Jets and Niners, I'm gonna definitely be watching that. You know what I'm saying? Just to see what's gonna happen. Hopefully, Aaron Rodgers is healthy. I want to see healthy Aaron Rodgers beat the Niners ass. You know what I'm saying? No shade to the
Yes.
Niners. The Niners will have a great team. I just want to see. I want to see some New York team win, if not the Giants, the Jets.
That's very mature of you, man, because not very often you really hear, you know, somebody,
Yeah,
of a different team in the same city, want to wish well on
yeah.
a
I
rival
mean, I
team from the
mean,
same city.
you know what it is? It's like with the Mets. See, I started off as a Mets fan when I was a little kid. The Mets, when they won in '86, I was 8 years old, and I remember that parade. You know what I'm saying? Like I was, even though I was young, I remember people being happy in the streets and They had the parade in Manhattan, and my mom had bought me the pennant and everything. And I was a Mets fan before the Yankees. Yankees were losing in the 80s. People forget that. They didn't always have a winning team. They were not good in the 80s. 90s come, they draft Jeter, they got Torre as their manager, they started winning. And this city became a Yankee city. They forgot all about the Mets. When Strawberry left and Doc and all of them left, it was all about the Yankees. And they've managed to keep that same winning attitude since Torrey left. You know what I'm saying? Even though they haven't won a World Series since '09 when we had A-Rod, but they've managed to be in it every year. So we can count on the Yankees to be in the postseason. The Mets is a different story. They fighting for their life right now to be a wild card team. But I started off as a Mets fan, and then I did support the Yankees when they started winning because they were the best team for those years with Jeter and Bernie Williams and Mario Rivera. We had the best team. Nobody was beating us. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like I want to see the teams here do good. Like, yes, I'm a Giants fan. I've always been a Giants fan. But the Jets, we know the Jets and their history. They haven't been good for a very long time. They haven't won a Super Bowl since the 60s. And they've gone through hell. And for their fan base wants a title here, and they deserve it. And they've been very loyal to that franchise. And the fact that Aaron Rodgers could have said, "Yo, I'm retiring after leaving Green Bay," and he said, "No, I'm coming to New York." And he took a chance, and he came here. And last year, we didn't see him on the field. Like, he got injured, unfortunately. But if he can come back, we know what Aaron Rodgers is going to bring. Okay, this is a 4-time MVP winner, Super Bowl champion, the heir to Brett Favre's throne. If he can come here and stay on the field for the whole season, they're going to go for it because their defense is good. Even when he was out, like a lot of those games that Wilson played, the defense kept them in the games. That's how they were able to win some of those games. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you have a defense like that can still win the game for you, even though you got a shitty quarterback, they're gonna go far with the healthy Aaron Rodgers, and they got the weapons on offense. Garrett Wilson is one of the best young receivers in the league right now. So, like I said, I don't know what's gonna happen, but if Aaron Rodgers can somehow stay healthy on the field the whole season, the Jets are gonna go far. And we gotta have one New York team here win. If it's not gonna be the Giants, so I'm gonna definitely be checking out the Jets and what they do.
No doubt. And I'm definitely going to be looking at Monday Night Football, man, just because I love football, but also I'm curious like everybody else is.
Right, and what a great way to start off Monday Night Football against the Super Bowl opponents, the Niners. They've been through their shit, in with their players, and they have a great team too. They just can't win the big one, but we're gonna see on Monday night what happens, and I'm looking forward to that game as well.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, this was fun, and we definitely gotta come back definitely and give our Super Bowl picks during the season, and do our NBA predictions when that season starts in October. That's coming up very soon, and yeah, we definitely will be back.
Absolutely.
So thanks, and we out.
Peace.
Peace.